Thank you very much. We'll pound the gavel once and get started. Call this meeting to order. This is a working meeting, sometimes referred to as a retreat, but we never go anywhere. So we kind of took that out of our vernacular. But my name is Eve Bolton, and we are convening this board meeting work sessions, and we will go through some logistics. But first, if I can have the treasurer, have the roll call, please. Madam Treasurer. Probably a rough start.
Here.
Ms. Mapp?
Here.
Dr. Moffitt?
Here.
Mr. Morosky? Vice President Weinberg?
Here.
President Bolton?
Present. Thank you very much. And we regret to say that.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. I apologize, everybody. This is a terrible day to get COVID, but I'm going to try to listen in, and I appreciate the chance to be here virtually.
Great. Hope you feel better very soon. And thanks for protecting us by staying where you are. We appreciate it greatly. I'm going to run through a whole bunch of logistical stuff so we don't have, and it's just strictly board business. And board members have some of these things on a link that's been provided by board staff. But this way we can avoid some of this discussion about who gets the email who and how do you share information. And we'll go through it pretty quickly if I can. Want to also first emphasize that in an effort to unite and keep moving forward, I think we shared the comments that both Mr. Craig and I made at the organizational meeting, and I'll be working from both of those lists of suggestions, and I appreciate it greatly. I also want to appreciate your indulgence and your sensitivity that we had and demonstrated the last meeting that we had when we had our guests in from members of the Jewish community to express their interest in moving forward and helping us out. And interestingly, and in a very positive and humble and heartfelt way, I want to emphasize that we are having this meeting on the International Holocaust Remembrance Day today, which is commemorated throughout the world. To a person like any of us, that's an important day, both as a history teacher and as a person, and also as a member who had family terribly involved with those sadnesses. Going to more normal business. Just as we have the plans all ready to go, Superintendent, President Green has had to change her plans for the March. And instead of being March 3rd, Sally will be here, the president will be here on March 18th. And she has an interest in meeting with the treasurer and the superintendent, certainly participating with our board meeting, as well as visiting some of our schools. So I really appreciate if board members have a particular idea about schools. I don't know, Mr. Morosky, you and your wonderful son walking her to your school would be a great way to do it. She likes to read to kids, so that might be a nice morning. We'll probably have her staying downtown. So she wants to see what we do. So that'd be great if you could do that. And any other ideas, other schools? On February 5th, we are going to be having executive session, and it will be about employment, and it will be also about the preparation for negotiations. And we will also have a presentation, Madam Treasurer, the audit report.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. So anticipate that we will have that on the 5th. And on the 5th, as Vice President mentioned to me, I know this is of interest to us, the possible development of a resolution, if you want to maybe mention the topic. The issue of regarding what the state legislature has done regarding our trans students and what have you. So I would hope that some folks on the board and in the administration might be interested in developing that for the 5th. Everyone did receive 2 weeks ago the rules for open records and open meetings. Also, I think everybody, maybe all but one or two, has signed the financial disclosure statement piece that the general counsel gave to us, and it's the one that our community audit committee uses. Appreciate it if you would get that to board staff. And then superintendent as well, we have on the 5th, my understanding of the vote or whatever on the calendar. And if we do that, at that time, we can understand if we do need the resolution. Okay, that's great. We still have an opening regarding our Cincinnati Recreation Commission, and maybe a split assignment regarding Hamilton County Addiction Response Coalition. So board members, if you have an interest in either of those, and you haven't already told me that you can't do it, get back to me so that we can fill that final chart out. Also, I did get the assignment for me for Cincinnati Public to represent First Congressional District at the Federal Legislative Advisory Group, and that's in the fall. So that is now official, what we have on our file. Also, is administration or board members working on, and policy, working on the issue of the resolution to commit to renewable energy and electrification? Chairman?
Yeah, that's going to be on the agenda for whenever we get the reschedule, or we have the rescheduled date, so it'll be this week, coming week. It'll be on there.
Thank you so much for bringing that to our attention in the first place. Also, only 3 of you, I think, submitted ideas for how we approach the order of business, as we want to change the meeting, and I would really encourage the superintendent and the treasurer also to send those in as to what would be more beneficial to your folks and you, as we look at the kinds of meetings that we want to have, the order of business, how we find out about stuff, what serves you best would be very helpful hearing from you. And please, board members, I think 3 of you have besides myself. And if anybody else that hasn't, please submit, because we're going to get the old yellow chart out that I think member Craig even referenced, not specifically, but generally. We want to create a year-long calendar for the board, and so that all board members know what each month is looking like. And the superintendent and the treasurer have started to submit items for that, and we appreciate it. We also have, I think it's in your file, we also have the self-evaluation that was completed several weeks ago, 2 months ago, with Great City Schools. And that self-evaluation, if you have it in your folder, now I also have it here for folks in hard copy. And I think that's one of the areas where we start. You also have, very quickly, and I'll do this fast, in front of you, you have as well the tally sheet of travel still available by member. And indeed, people can share those dollars that we allot or budget if other folks need more. But we'll be talking about that as well on our travel issues. And then board staff has brought to my attention, too, that it is time, based upon our bylaws, to start to figure out graduation signups so that we don't have some people that are in or out of the office getting kind of first dibs. We'll talk about that, but and we have also what it says in the bylaws about our graduations, but we'll probably start to solidify that on February 5th at meeting. Does anybody have any questions about this housekeeping or logistics? Seeing none, we'll get started on the business of the day. This is a huge meeting today, but I assure you, as a person that's been around pretty long, it's not the first huge meeting we've ever had to have as a board. There's been a facilities master plan that cost $1.2 billion. There's been a period of time where we had to auction many of our buildings and decide which ones to do and which ones not to do. This is we are in our, what I think is our 4th strategic plan, so we've done that before. I do think that the financial issues that we face, in part because of ESSER and what have you, are very great as to the numbers in the administration, and the treasurer's office, and all, and our leadership and our unions as well have started to work very hard and talk at length and in reasonably great detail about how we can approach this and advise us and help us make decisions that we have to make. So this is part of the gig. This is part of what we have to do. So I think I'm excited about doing it right and excited about all the work that's gone into this. And I would like, as both the president and also the old person, if you will, on the board, I would like us to think in terms of not just this annual budget. I would like us not to think only about year, then another year, then another year, but instead, I put it up on the board, I'd like us to frame what we're going to do in the framework of the 5-year forecast that we have passed and we will be reviewing again in the spring. I would like us to think in terms of our 3 to 5 year strategic plan that we have completed. Be thinking in terms of those two kind of time frames and time efforts. Also think in terms of the ad hoc presentations and possibilities over a period of time within that 5-year forecast, within that strategic plan. Think too, if you can, regarding all the other things that kind of play into what we do here. And do not lose sight of the fact that we have a preschool renewal at least coming up. Think in terms that we also have from our administration a 5-year facilities master plan to take care and protect and renew our current building inventory at great cost, but with great importance. We also, if you think about it, and I don't want anybody to lose sight of the fact that we probably are going to need a large kind of permanent improvement levy somewhere during that 5-year forecast during the next couple of years. And that's huge, very important to be worrying about. And then, not to be too political, but understand that in that 5-year forecast, we have a presidential election. Presidential elections, in my recollection, have changed significantly our funding. In 2008, with the election of Obama, we had an influx of reform monies with the post-COVID, but also with the election of President Biden, again, federal funds coming in. Statewide, you have an important movement regarding gerrymandering, which could possibly, within that 5-year forecast, change the makeup of the state legislature. That all begins to impact on what we do or what we don't do. So just kind of keep a bigger picture, bigger framework, a larger timeline in mind besides just a really rough one, which is 1 year of a budget. Anybody have any questions about any of that or anything else from the logistics or any other items and thoughts that we need to right now make note of, especially for our February 5th meeting? We're going to have these morning sessions today, and then around 11:30, we're going to adjourn into recess, I should say, into executive session for an hour or so. So plan on lunch, leaving around 11:30 and making sure that we could probably start back on 12:45. So that's our plan today. There is no statement or listening to the public, but we know the public is here. And we also know that much of our union leadership is here as well. And we really appreciate the administrators that are here from both the superintendent's side of the building and also from upstairs, the treasurer's folks. We appreciate you giving up a Saturday in this way, but hopefully it'll be worth it for everybody. There wasn't a lot of choice. So there you go. Have fun. We might as well. As rough as some of these things will be. I'm going to start, if I could, I'm sorry, it's still my voice going on and on, But we're going to start, as we suggested, with the 5 major recommendations from ad hoc. And I think that we've come to believe that the administration's going to be talking to us about ad hoc suggestions as well as budget suggestions. We've seen these 5 recommendations, and I would hope that the ad hoc chair, in whatever way, Dr. Moffat, will be able to help us through these first 2 quick sessions regarding ad hoc. But do not disassociate ad hoc from the budget concerns. Things can be part of not only this coming budget, but more particularly, probably in more likelihood, I think, Superintendent, in terms of even FY rather than FY25, which would be next year, but having significant impact on FY fiscal year, I should say, 26. So, and then throughout the 5-year forecast, if we make the right decisions. The 5 recommendations, since you all have seen these at least 3 times before, I'd like to, and try to be relevant about it, and ask you, does anybody have or desire further explanation of how, after 18 or so months of work, as well as some of the stuff that preceded ad hoc, how we ended up kind of having these 5 recommendations, but really there's hundreds of recommendations, but maybe 5 themes that go with the ad hoc. And I do emphasize, and I looked to Mr. Murawski to verify this, but there's an awful lot of the stuff that's on this 5 recommendations that even preceded ad hoc, where the board has taken action. Some things didn't get implemented, some things did, but it does predate even the work that the ad hoc committee has done. Mr. Murawski.
No, yeah, I can back that statement up. It's I'm still getting used to the fact that I'm the second longest tenured. Looking at me, I've been here 7 years. Anyway, yeah, especially the neighborhood schools of choice. High schools of choice. And when member Ozzie Davis was here, that was always a big conversation when we were on student achievement together. And then to your point, and the last thing I'll say is, pardon me, I was singing all last night. My voice is gone. But some of the issues, like the East-West divide and the sort of using these sort of hemispheres, was never enacted and has been talked about for as long as 6 years, I think. So it was nice to see it. And as folks will remember, I was pretty bullish about forming an ad hoc committee a couple years ago. So thanks for the work y'all put into this.
Thank you, Mr. Murawski. Any other opening comments about these before we ask what other questions we need? Because I know the administration is interested in knowing, and I think Mr. Lindy has mentioned too in this chair how, to what degree there is support for the 5 major recommendations. Doesn't mean each bullet item within it, but it does mean generally this kind of what we say, the redesign. And the redesign is beginning to look at the district differently than just a dual system of magnets or neighborhoods, but indeed over time, with great effort, people have created, the community has created, as well as the district has created, several systems of schools from PK to 12, and in many instances we have a PK 16 school system. So there's that, and also a way of marketing and selling the district, if you will, in that way. And also within that first recommendation is as to Mr. Murawski mentioned, the geographic reorganization of the district. And then the second recommendation, as I hopefully I start to hear some questions, is the idea of how we can possibly increase access to choices that are equitably spread throughout the district, so that you're not having to necessarily leave your neighborhood or your area of the city to have the kind of programming that you want. So that's part of it, and we're thrilled that the administration last year created a program audit for reviewing each of our schools and measuring the nature as well as the quality and the authenticity of each of the programs that we offer. The third recommendation, I believe, is that terrible T word. I think has something to do with transportation. And really, it's sort of a secondary recommendation in that the administration probably will be the ones mostly to figure out what can make things happen based upon the other decisions that we make regarding ad hoc. And the fourth one is, I think, the one that is, I've been told by somebody from the administration and a number of people in the community that the fourth one, which is the development, if you will, of middle schools, which we have not as a district had. For the benefit of the community, they'll say, well, yeah, we had junior highs. This is not about junior highs. This is about middle schools. And all of it, we've agreed that it's 7 and 8, but it is also whether it's 5 and 5, starting at 5, 5th grade, or starting at 6th grade. I think the superintendent's particularly interested in the 6, 7, 8, and that's been the kind of the recommendation. There may be some schools that, based upon how this works, might be a 5th or whatever, but who knows? Who knows how that will work? And the final one is, again, to Mr. Morosky's point, this long-held and very important, very successful high schools of choice, which meant that, with the exception of those that have competitive entrance or that are long-term Montessori students, that you can choose which high school you want to go to, and that we will get you there regardless of where you live. It is less of a financial burden than one would think, but it is a logistical problem. Since we now use Metro so extensively for our high schools, it now is that's another consideration, but it's, people like that choice. And they want that choice. And people also, over generations, develop a legacy to some schools and a loyalty to some schools. So those are the three big areas of discussion. Madam Chair?
So I really thank you for that summation. What's really important to me is that people understand this was 18 months of work in 7 pages. That it's been boiled down and pieces have been taken somewhat out of context, but I urge everyone to go back and watch those meetings because we had a huge community engagement participation. The administration gave us maps on some of the topics that we were talking about. So some of these things, if you just read it, it says X and you're thinking, oh my God, that's horrible. But there were reasons why we came up to these recommendations. So it looks like, oh, this just looks like a line item, but there's a historical perspective which is not always represented. And then there's also a community interest perspective that is super significant as well that I want. And I know that's a lot of meetings for people to go back and watch, but I do want to put some historical context into what this also boils down to as well, if we can. Because the other committee member was former board member Carolyn Jones, who also, along with President Bolton and myself, former board member Jones and President Bolton had the historical reference to input some of the previous facilities master plans work, some of the ideology behind why things didn't get done, or the justification, the historical perspective, along with Treasurer Wagner. That also shaped a lot of what you see here as well. Some things, as you shared, came from the last work and how we got cans, and some things that were recommended to be done but didn't get done. But it's really it's bigger than just 7 pages. So I really would like for, if any of the board members have a question, there is probably a historical perspective behind it. So I would like for you to ask your questions if you can, because a lot of time was spent in ad hoc. But if you have any questions on a cursory level, that would be justified to answer here. And we got this because we were talking in policy, to Mr. Morosky's point, we were talking in policy about neighborhood schools and transportation. And then that mushroomed into, well, there was a boundary issue and that's a policy ramification. It just really, we figured out in 2022 that the district cannot sustain itself. The community also was like, hey, we need to look a little different. Everybody said, what if we did X? What if we did Y? So the ad hoc committee was very relevant, and it took a lot of time to put this together. So if you have any historical perspective questions, we don't have former board member Jones, but we do have President Bolton, Treasurer Wagner, who also sat on the facilities master plan, put some historical perspective there too, that I think is important for you to get. And I also want to say too, we never designed this ad hoc recommendation for a one-year plan. It was always looking at this over the course of at least 2 years, more like 3 to 5, but it aligns perfectly with budget discussions. It aligns perfectly with some of the, I'm calling it facilities repairs, but the facilities work that we have to do. It also ties into sustainability with regard to federal money. This is, we're really aptly timed to be able to look at some of these recommendations in the perspective of what can we do to save money? What can we do to be more efficient? But most importantly, what can we do to align with our equity plan and be responsive fiscally? So I just wanted to say that we never thought, hey, middle schools is going to be all 1 year, and next year we're going to upend our complete district. It was just never that way. It was always like, hey, can we phase this in? What does that look like? Let's try it in 1 or 2 places, but then there are cost ramifications. There are policy ramifications. It's just always been bigger than just this moment. So I want to make sure we say that too.
Thank you. And we do have time to talk about some of these specifics and discuss a little bit, for example, of the middle school concept. The middle school concept probably is unable to go forward on the west side of town until we have drawn boundary lines on the west side of town that are even, or we may have additional schools that are from the central corridor moving into the western. But we could have, that doesn't mean a whole building's going to get up and walk over to the west side, but we will just categorize those buildings as west side, because as many of you know, on our west side for almost a decade now, many of our west side schools have been filled, fully filled, and indeed we've always needed, or for some time we've needed additional buildings on the west side, i.e. how we went and bought Mercy and created Gamble over there, so we would have not just for that high school, Montessori High School, but for, indeed, so we could have an additional Montessori Elementary, because that was so important to the west side. We've been at this for some time. But on the central corridor, which is kind of in the middle of our great city and district, or on the east side, there are buildings and there is space that indeed, as we look at these couple of years ahead, and maybe as early as next year, there are opportunities on the east side, be it Woodford, or on the central corridor, whether it's in the Avondale neighborhood, South Avondale and Rockdale, with a grade split, or in Woodford, an actual dedicated building to have a middle school. And much of this is the result of the administration's work about where we are under-enrolled, where we have space, what we could possibly be doing, and looking at the needs as we go. And I would again emphasize before ad hoc, and this is I'm picking on Mr. Morosky, and I promise I'll stop. But behind Mr. Morosky, behind Mr. Morosky, there's a whole sheet of probably poorly printed lists of before ad hoc, we had talked about these particular things. And whether it's the Zoo Academy being open citywide, or whether it's, we have already started and getting ready to complete the physical expansion of Walnut, and certainly PRM and Hyde Park, whether it's ending some of that college prep magnet work at some of the partial magnets, like at Mount Washington or Covedale or J.P. Parker. Indeed, possibly doing those sorts of things at Paideia which unfortunately I'm a Paideia teacher by training and love, but it never sold, particularly on the east side. Those were things that predated ad hoc that didn't get accomplished, and very frankly, by two previous superintendents didn't get accomplished. And in many ways, we thank Superintendent Wright for getting some of these things accomplished finally. And I think that's been great. So that's where we are. A rededication to neighborhood schools. Treasurer will recall Vision 2020, where we said, okay, what can we do about the programming in the neighborhood schools? So we've been at it. And this is not only a start, but it's a culmination, is how I like to look at the ad hoc piece. But it has impact on staffing and whatever. Questions, comments, thoughts that are needed from board members? Yes, ma'am. Member Mapp.
Yes, thank you, President. Board Member Moffitt, thank you for providing more context, because my question was around the rollout. Because looking at the 5 recommendations, it is quite extensive and detailed. And so for me, I was just thinking about what the impact would be. So thank you for clarifying that this is a phase-in process. I am concerned about if we have had discussion around ideally what recommendation would be implemented first, or kind of the direction of the phase-in process, and what that would mean fiscally as we're considering the budget.
Great questions. So hopefully we will be able to work on some of that today, because what we did was kind of compile the work together, compile the information, get the community engagement, get some of our union member engagement, administration engagement, come up with what we thought were themes. And the committee indulged me with themes because that's how I think. So there were so many of them, a lot of them fit into the same buckets. So we came up with themes, and that's what the recommendations are. Those are themes, generalized themes. We put some of those specifics in there based on what we'd heard again. But we can't make those decisions in a silo as a committee. So we brought this to the entire board with the hopes that we could, again, see where you all would like to go with further information from administration regarding things that we were missing. We got some cost analysis for specifics when we asked questions. So we know ideally, like maybe it's going to cost a roundabout, but without specifics, without a specific direction, it was very difficult to say, hey, let's put a middle school here and come up with the cost here if that's not what the board wanted. And we didn't want to have that much energy spent in a direction that the entire board may not have wanted to go. So that's where we are now, is we've got these buckets. We're wanting to have some further discussion with the board in totality to see, hey, where do we want to go as a board, all 7 of us, to say, this is where we want to have the administration start. Some of the specifics they can give us cost for, but really the work of the committee was to see in alignment, collaborating with the budget, collaborating with facilities, things that we need, in totality, what is it feasible to do financially now first? And that's hopefully what we will get today, is to see some of the cost analysis, because that's an important part in making a decision on where to begin. So we didn't get that far on first, second, third. We just wanted to kind of brain dump with you all together to say, this is what we're thinking. This is what we've seen. This is what the community has said that they are thinking or they're wanting. We heard overarchingly middle schools. It is recommendation 3 or 4, but it was really said very loudly that that particular population, in looking with regard to discipline and looking with regard to other things, we need to kind of separate them out. So. And then the other overarching thing that came out that you can't see because we don't have the maps up is that the west side, and I think President Bolton spoke to it a little bit, but the west side it's the best side I've heard, but it's also the most congested.
I second that. And College Hill is the center of the universe, just so you all know.
My west side friends, I give you that little plug because they told me very clearly, Agreement's the best side. So, but we don't have capacity there. And so we can do a lot of ideation in Central, a lot of ideation in the East, but the West side has to have significant changes with boundaries because they don't have space. we looked at this, every recommendation that we had was also looking at buildings with regard to capacity. So we didn't, when we said, you heard President Bolton say, maybe South Avondale, maybe it was because we were looking at programming, because the administration did a program audit that was great. We were looking at capacity of the buildings and then the maps. You don't see that here, but those are things that we were looking at to even come up with, where could we put a middle school? Is it feasible? And so we looked at all that background to give you this. Again, it's available, and we put some of the maps in here, but it wasn't in a silo. It was in about cost efficiency, programming, and then space. Yes, ma'am.
Vice President?
Yes, so thank you so much for this document. And I know that I've basically read through it a couple of times, and I do have some questions. I have questions from community members, and I also have questions from myself. And I don't know how we are going to kind of go through the rest of the meeting. Are we going to do it by each section, by each recommendation? Because I did take notes per each recommendation, but I wanted just a little bit more explanation. And Board Member Mapp, you said it perfectly. How are we going to implement this? That's my big concern or question. What does this look like, especially for some of the suggestions that you all have given?
My answer to that is that I know the administration has kind of tooled over this significantly and thoroughly, and has been part of this whole process. And I know the administration is going to come back to us today with some, red, green, and yellow, or stop, start, or what have you. The interesting thing for me, and I think that's where we want to spend the balance of our time besides these specific questions. But one of the interesting things to me is almost everything on the list, something probably starts this year about almost everything, even if it is redrawing boundary lines. And so to get to where we may need to be in 3 years, we might need to announce something this year, whether it's for magnet sign up or whether it's knowing where boundary lines might be and what have you. So I think it's a phase in over those 3 years, fitting within that framework that we've talked about, 5-year forecast, strategic plan, and what have you, and anticipating multiple elections. So I think if we could ask your specific questions, but make sure that we have both the superintendent and treasurer and the committee or whomever answering those specific questions, but saving enough time for them to do their overall presentation as well. But I'd really like to hear the specific questions you've heard from the community and the ones that you've come up with, for sure. Yeah.
Would you like me to ask them right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me go through my little notes. I think I will start off with recommendation 1, where you talk about the redesign in the system of schools. And there were just a couple of things that I just wanted a little bit more in terms of explaining. I know for bullet point number 3, where it was saying creating a practice cultural acceptable map of the district. What does that exactly look like? And will that affect students who are already enrolled in certain schools? I don't know if you can answer that particular question, but I had a couple of individuals, they were concerned, let's say if their child attends Clark or if they attend a school and now we change this, will they still be able to go to Clark? I don't know.
Superintendent, if you want to start with that.
I can. I think that one thing that might make this really efficient, because some of the questions that Vice President Weinberg may have might be some of the clarifying questions that we have. One of the things that we did in our organizational structure is we took every bullet item, every single one, and we did a response to that. So that's what we provided to the board. We have it to review today. There are some areas that we have questions about, but it might be more efficient when it's time for us to do the presentation to go through each one of them and address where we're thinking through those, if that's beneficial.
That would be great. We're at like 9:17, 9:15, and we go until 10:15. So it would make sense for your presentation and us to respond if you can. But this would be the good time to start that presentation.
Awesome.
Okay, Madam Vice President.
So then I don't have to ask my 50 questions just yet.
Please don't.
Perfect.
We'll put a check mark if it gets answered.
Yes,
and then we'll come
I would
back.
agree.
I
Thank you.
promise. And because I see those questions there.
She has pages of what.
I know she does. notice I tried to give her some time, but.
But she
okay.
was looking for an answer over here. But I also want to say some of the things on here have policy ramifications. Some of the things on here are not things that like there will be grandfathering. That's a policy recommendation. So
Right.
I don't want anyone to I want everyone to fight fight the urgence to want to go in to pick one or two of these, because it wasn't meant that way. The superintendent will be able to give us some direction on how they're thinking, and then we can put these two thoughts together to kind of boil it down again. But I don't think we're ready to boil down the specific line items on, hey, what about this one? What about this one? Because the administration hasn't had an opportunity to respond. But then there also are
I
other,
think they're gonna give us some.
they're going to give us a lot of heat. But I just want everyone to realize that it wasn't just about the work of the administration. It's also about the work of the treasurer, the work of policy committee as well.
And the community,
And the community, yes.
more importantly. Madam Superintendent, we'll let you roll.
Okay, thank you. So, good morning, and good morning to all board members I haven't had an opportunity to speak with this morning. We do have this printed out for you in hard copy as well, so if we'll get those hard copies passed out. For those that are following along on the computer, it is the first link in the email that I sent to you yesterday. So I am going from the computer, but it does give you information there. The way that we organize the ad hoc recommendations is we took every recommendation. So every bullet that was in the 5 pages that we see, we put that same bullet in the information that you see on the screen. From there, we organized it by category. 1, a goal, aspirational. 2, specific direction, that it looked like from the committee there was a direction for us. 3, it was informational in nature. 4, it had a policy implication. 5, it was a duplicate. We saw it in different places on the ad hoc recommendation. Or the 6th area is an idea. So if you look in the 2nd category, there is a drop down there. And so as we go through it, if you chose to sort them in any way that you chose to, that's just the way that we categorized it. In terms of the administrative response, we broke that down as well. 1, we support the idea, and that's something that we will look forward to planning on if that's something that the board is supporting as well. The next is we need other discussion. We need more discussion about it. We need more information about it. The other needs community engagement. So we may think it could be a good idea, something that we do look forward on, but in some of the instances, the engagement for what was occurring was with a larger group, not necessarily the ones that were going to be impacted. So what does that engagement process look like? And then support the idea, but it also needs community engagement. And then the other area was it was informational, so it wasn't applicable for us to do something with. I think that we also want to reference at this point that we do see this as a part of a larger picture to reorganize, if you will, to further define our district. So understanding that there are many things that build on other things. And to President Bolton's point, there are some things that we might need to start thinking about for the upcoming school year so that we're prepared for implementation for FY26. So just want to organize that a little bit. And the last is we kind of took a stab at when we would try the first year of implementation. That's initially just a stab. Where we would move forward and where we are going to ask for some direction today is some of the recommendations have been given as recommendations for this upcoming school year as we begin to think about implications for budget. And once we get support in terms of moving forward in that, then we would start the next level for what needs to happen right now for the upcoming school year. So just to give just an overview of how the document itself is set up. The last column that's on the document is notes or challenges. So in areas that, the things that might cause questions or concerns, what those notes are so that you have those right there at your fingertips. So we'll jump right in. Starting from the beginning, in terms of maintaining a citywide division and reducing the number of schools that's using that, it's something that we support. And thinking about that, transportation in terms of would be maintained for the 24-25 school year in terms of overall recommendations, but then moving forward for that, discontinuing beyond that. And so as making that a part of a larger plan so that we understand that we would, once we support and we have support from the board, just like we did with some of the other things on here, we would provide notice so that we would start a year remove. Maintaining West and East Division, but reduce the number of schools using. We would support that. It's something that it's already started actually for this upcoming year. Notification was completely done for Paideia removal for Covedale, Mount Washington, and Silverton. That was in January of 2023 when we were given that recommendation early on. So we provided that notification at that time, and the transportation actually ends in the 24-25 school year as was notified for them. The next is create a practice culturally acceptable map. That's something that we would continue to work through because that would provide, we need some overall reorganization and redrawing of boundaries in order for that to happen, with some specificity around thinking about our neighborhoods, because we know that there are some of our neighborhoods that are not as diverse as others. A part of the recommendation here was to take that into consideration, also thinking about the diversity and the equity within the programming and within the communities. So again, that would be one of the areas that we would look to plan for next year, so that for the following year, we would have a kind of a overall review of what the neighborhood setup looks like. In terms of the geographic regions for school attendance and boundaries, the one thing about this area, and we would want some additional questions around, conversation around that, this one we needed more discussion, because in all of the geographic divisions, school attendance boundaries are or will be drawn based on recognized city community councils, so forth and so on. So what we would do with this particular area is look at a restructuring of the district based on the understanding of neighborhood schools outside of those schools that we were recommending that would not change. So there were schools, of course, and I think President Bolton referenced them earlier, but there were schools that we know are self-select schools. So our SCPA, Walnut Hills, Gamble, our Montessori programming, those schools wouldn't change. But there's a lot of discussion and honestly a lot of need around, and I know this conversation started with how the restructuring for elementary schools would go, but what's a cost driver for us, a huge cost driver for us, is schools of choice for high school. And the second is the citywide magnet process outside of just those self-select schools. So really beginning to think through more of that and what that organization looks like. But it's something that we think it would have to be a part of the larger plan for us to move forward there. Going to the next, and then once I get to the end of these, I'll stop, take any questions for this section before going to the other, making sure that we're also addressing time. For the next areas, this was specific to the redirection or adding at least 2 schools, Mount Airy and Leap, into the West Corridor as a neighborhood possible savings at Leap and a cost saving shift for Mount Airy. There's more work that needs to be done around the concept. Leap is currently a West Side magnet school already. And so I believe the recommendation here is to actually, a recommendation for Leap, and another recommendation was to make it a neighborhood school. So just having additional conversation and questions around what that would look like as we organize the other schools reorganize the other schools across the district. Beginning to redraw the West Corridor substantially so that we align with the community councils. We definitely support. We recognize that the West Side is where we have the largest population, and that's the population that's growing the most right now in the city. And so again, this is something that we would want to develop the plan, come back with the plan, talk about the plan, get support from the board on the plan, and then begin to socialize that with the larger communities so that we go through an engagement process with them, so that if there is going to be widespread change in the 26 school year, we start preparing for that next school year and use next school year as a planning year. Such that, and actually it begins to be simultaneous for us, because we wouldn't be able to wait until the end. We wouldn't be able to wait until December. We really have to start having those conversations like as soon as school starts, or even beginning to do some engagement as early as the summer, so that we can really get the input and possibly using some of that input to make some changes. So, having it's it is very possible and very doable, but really having that level of engagement at the particular schools in the neighborhood so that they are aware and they can provide feedback might also give us additional information. So we believe it's the right thing to do, but we would want to do it with a plan overall to make it a part of then what that phased in process looks like. And the others really go along with the same, including the attendance boundaries, the geographic regions. The one area here that we wanted to clarify, included in attendance boundaries will not only be the aforementioned characteristics, but also finite and equivalent numbers of students in appropriate right-size enrollment pools. And the next, within each geographic region, district facilities will be used in a balanced and the most efficient way. So we took all of that together to mean that we just want to make sure that we're thinking about, again, right-sizing the district, looking at our schools, the ones that are under-enrolled, what we're looking to do with middle schools, how we begin to prepare for that, the schools that have growth, and what we also need to do to prepare for that. So again, making it a part of a larger plan, not that it's individual, but that it's a part of an overall comprehensive plan. That is the first recommendation, so I'll stop there and open up for any questions that the board has for us.
Do members have questions of the superintendent and administration? Madam Vice President.
Yes, so I have two questions. So looking at the document, I first saw student displacement, and for me, that's a concern. And I just would like to know if you could elaborate a little bit more on, do you know the amount of numbers or a possible number of exactly how many students would be affected by, I think there were two recommendations that needed further discussion on regarding student displacement. Then my second question was a concern by a couple of individuals. If they are currently living on the west side, but their child attends like the Clark, how will that affect moving forward if we are discussing making changes? What would be some possible situations?
So thank you for the question. So the first part of the question in terms of student displacement is when we start thinking about redrawing boundaries. Redrawing boundaries, repurposing schools, using schools for different grade level configurations. When we do those things, it changes where students actually attend. And so it makes it, that's why we call that out, because it's important and it's going to be necessary in order for us to right size the use of our facilities, but there is not a way to do it without having large scale displacement. That's why the engagement part of that at the individual school level is so important. Like what we would really want to make sure that we do is after we move through the overall planning process for that, take the recommendations to the community, get the support from the board, take the recommendations to the community, tweak those recommendations based on the feedback from the individual communities. We would really want to notify families within that school year where your child will go for the next school year, so that they then know that this could be widespread. Your child will be impacted, but it gives you time to prepare for that. Also aligning that there's the programming focus here as well, because as we're looking at the recommendations that have been provided, and we go back to the program audit as well, it's really making sure that we still, because the recommendation is still for us to have magnet programs. So I begin to hear, somewhere out there in the universe that Ad Hoc was recommending that we don't have magnet programs. That's not accurate. The recommendation has been to further look at the programming within some of the schools, shoring up those programs or making sure that there's alignment across the east and west corridors. So that takes that's going to take some time, and really organizing that in a way that we can do the appropriate notification for it. To your question about the east and west side, and I think it was specific to Clark, I believe. So that has actually been in policy prior to our administration. And so what we have done is we have done the analysis for that. We found that there were not as many students as initially individuals thought that were on one side that were in another school, but we have provided that notice to the rising schools at this point, so to the elementary schools for next year. So the students that are already there would not be impacted. And it still follows the guidelines of the board, including sibling preference. So if a sibling is already there, we're honoring that as well, as long as there is that they're on the side of town that they should be in. So we started that conversation. We actually done the visits. Did we do both schools last week? One school was one set with the elementary Montessori schools was last week. One of those meetings where we sent the information out before the holidays and then offered them the opportunity to come in for to meet with us. So one of those meetings was last week, and the next one is Tuesday. So the next one is this week. So it gives them some opportunity to have, a little bit of time there. Thank you. You're welcome.
Other members, questions? Member Craig?
Again, thanks for putting together this chart. I think it's probably one of the more extensive things that we've received as far as data responses to things the board has given to the administration. And I want to kind of tease out a little idea there with regard to how we do our boundary lines, because I think one of the things that is a struggle is that some parts of our communities, and not to give too much of a preview of other conversations, but when we look at transportation is a great example of this. Part of our transportation woes is that some schools have students coming from much further away than other schools because their community for which the boundary of the school is in does not necessarily fill the school.
Right.
And that is one of the struggles that I do have with us when we think about boundary lines, is that it may be true in certain neighborhoods that the neighborhood feeds the school. There are other neighborhoods where that's not a reflection, and that in some ways we may be overfilling one school because of the way the neighborhood uses the school and underfilling others. And so I just wanted to kind of tease out that thought process and how you all would kind of think about neighborhoods. Also, our schools are not evenly distributed throughout our city. I mean, that's one of the big struggles with our east side as well, is that our schools on one level are like distributed out, and then it's a big gap space. And so, whereas some places in our city, we got schools that are all within, 3 or 4 schools within a 1 mile radius of each other, right? Or 2 mile radius of each other. And so that presents its own level of challenges to how do you get those students to recognize, or those parents, quite honestly, recognize that these are alternative options than just the one school in their 2 mile radius, right? We see this with PRM, with parents who really desire to get their kid into there and don't appreciate the great quality of education at the other schools around it. And so in thinking about how we talk about boundary lines, how are we thinking about connection between where we get students from versus the total population within that space?
Thank you for the question. I think we're thinking about it in a couple of different ways. The first is with respect to the recommendations to go back to a neighborhood school model. But in terms of that, understanding, and I'll use Cairns as an example, understanding that within that neighborhood school model, it may be necessary to do additional carve out for neighborhoods to ensure that you have enough students within the periphery to attend that school, also with respect to our diversity needs. And so, so that's the first, that we're thinking about it in that way. The second is also recognizing that within neighborhoods, we will still have magnet programs. So if students are within those geographic areas, it does not mean that all of them would go to that particular neighborhood school, even though they would be on their particular side of town. That's why it's a part of a larger conversation, because it makes for a greater puzzle. Once you really start the work, and then you may have to move a street here or move a street here to make sure that you have enough students to populate a particular school. So it becomes just one of those factors that you're looking at collectively. And then from there, you start, again, the conversations and engagement process. The other thing I think that is also important is that as we've looked at this now, so our team, and I think Board Member Moffitt referenced this, so our team has been involved throughout the process. One of the things in terms of providing information, and one of the things that we have for every school in the district is the number of students that, for every school in the district that has a boundary, the number of the students in the district, in that school, that are with what radius they're into the school, what percentage of students are going to a school that they have another school that's closer to them, how many schools they pass in order to get to another school. We've done the same thing for the high school. So we've broken down each of the high schools with getting the concentration of what what area in terms of zip code area those students actually live in. And again, sometimes we do understand they're going from deep west to deep east. And so thinking about that as well as we begin to think about, really how we deal with the high schools of choice.
Madam Treasurer?
So in a prior role and having participated and coordinated all the work for the last major redistricting we did for the facility master plan, as we start, we need to set a set of ground rules that drive the how you do redistricting. So in the old case, there was a requirement to do racial balancing, and that's why some of the current boundaries are kind of weird. So, but there's also rules about don't cross over the interstate on a boundary. And then what I heard in here, we have 54 distinct neighborhoods, and we don't have 54 elementary schools, right? Right. So, is there a rule that says you can't cut a community in half, right? So those are the kinds of things to think about. So, what are those guidelines that you can't do in order to make this happen? Because it is very challenging. Like Pleasant Hill and Mount Airy and College Hill are so close that we were drawing lines that were a block away from Pleasant Hill to get to Mount Airy, to fill Mount Airy with those rules. So if there's a rule about trying to be more diverse economically, that might present other challenges and stuff like that. So we need to set kind of those ground rules as we start so that we can go forward.
I appreciate that comment. The example you use is good, where you cut College Hill in half, or in thirds, and these kids in College Hill are actually going to Mount Airy, and then some of the kids from Winton Terrace are going up to Pleasant Hill. Well, they're passing their own school, and actually the Winton Hill school is more highly rated than the Pleasant Hill school. So there is one of those rules that goes back that we cannot put a student into a school that is of inferior capacity or inferior success. That's an old rule. But the other piece is using the CANS model, where you had to use neighborhood boundaries. But yeah, you might have some partial efforts, but we've cut neighborhoods in half using the racial piece. But I think we are no longer allowed to do that. Right. Is that correct, General Counsel? But the economic diversity one, we've had a lot of community people say, especially from the west side, the economic diversity, you're creating an unequal system if we don't have that economic diversity. So, and maybe we don't have the pool that you need for that. So we could design it, but that's exactly the issue. Yeah. And that's why I'm, to Mr. Morosky's point about things being done, getting certain things done that could immediately have a positive impact for folks.
I just want to share, thank you, Treasurer Wagner and Superintendent Wright, because you brought up a very good point to Board Member Craig's point. Again, we spent an extensive amount of time researching this. And I don't know if you have this number, but provided to the board, there were students at schools who literally passed their school to go to another school. A perfect example is the students that live in Winton Terrace that go to Winton Hills that are right next door or across the street from students that have to be bused to Pleasant Hill. And that just made no sense. But Winton Hills, when you look at the data, Winton Hills, if you were to put those students in Winton Hills, it would be over capacity. So we spent a lot of time with the recommendation that you see comes with the background of the capacity, it comes with the background of programming and wanting to align with the equity policy and the history of how it got to be that way in the first place. And then it also has policy ramifications, because if students choose, for instance, you brought up PRM. PRM is a neighborhood school. There are students there that have to go there because that's their neighborhood school, because we don't have the drop down for any other school. So it was really, I don't know if you want to be able to provide that to the board, if we could summarize those maps, because we have maps of students that cross their boundary line to go to other schools. It really is kind of batty when you look at it with specifics. But to the superintendent's point, that the west side, which is what this is talking about, we knew was going to be really, really, really challenging exponentially, because there just wasn't a lot of space. So when you see Mount Airy and Lee adding them, it was to provide some sort of equitable access because they just didn't have capacity over there. So that's the historical perspective behind that particular one.
Yeah, I think moving on to the second one, if we could, one follow-up. One of the areas where we are overcrowded is virtually at almost all of our high schools. So that was another reason that birth of the middle school concept came. It came from an overcapacity at the high schools and trying to address that. And then to the point, in fairness, and this even precedes me, when these other boundary lines were drawn, keep in mind the goal was different than the goal is now, as was the law. So the boards before us did the best they could in trying to make sure that there was a appropriate instruction for all of our students. If we can, we'll move on to
Sure.
recommendation 2. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. So going into recommendation 2, analyze and strengthen program access within each corridor division and in citywide. And so each of these areas, and I'm looking for one specifically, but each of these areas we believe requires more direction and more discussion for a few different reasons. The first, a third Montessori high school, I think we understand why that would need more discussion and more preparation because there's also a cost factor that goes along with that. And right now, when we look at the numbers that we have, the current numbers for Clark and Gamble don't appear at this point to require an additional space. So when we look at the number of 7th grade students that are requesting to go into those programs, it doesn't seem to designate that it would need a full high school, maybe a partial, like if we were to take, you know, I'm just throwing this out. I haven't talked to anybody about it, but if we were to take, you know, if we were to, you know, like take the annex and do COPS to do the annex at Hughes and maybe use part of that facility. But in terms of looking at a full school, it doesn't appear that the numbers right now support that. So that would need to have some more discussion. We'll definitely want to have some more discussion overall about our International Baccalaureate programming and what that programming looks like in terms of direction moving forward. And you know, my background in terms of working through curriculum, so we'll want some more discussion there. The Zoo Academy, the recommendation here is to make that citywide so that any student open to all CPS schools understand it. I think the one question that we would have right now is I'm not sure how long it's been that they have been students from Hughes. I know that there has been some conversation back and forth about that. Currently, the teachers that are at Hughes teach in the Zoo Academy. So those teachers are staff to Hughes. So that would mean additional setup of an additional teaching population for the Zoo Academy. The second thing is because they are Hughes students, we currently shuttle the students every day from Hughes to the Zoo Academy, and that costs about $75,000, a little over $75,000 for us to do that. So looking at the ramifications of what that would mean for transportation as well for students to come from all over the city to then go to the Zoo Academy. So more conversation in terms of that. Spencer moves to grades 412, not 312, and existing Spencer building becomes a 4-8 Spencer East, and Cheviot Gifted program becomes 4-8 Center West at Cheviot. A combined building for both Spencer grades 9 through 12 or 712 is relocated in a repurposed and currently under-enrolled and or currently underperforming school, possibly Douglas, and this was a conversation that started earlier. There are a lot of moving parts to that, so that would take some deeper discussion. I think understand the concept, but a few different things have been talked about for Douglas. We'll see that come up again today, and so we'll talk about that part there based on some of these recommendations. We would look to move forward. Elimination of Paideia magnets at Robert, Schroeder, Silverton, and Woodford. We actually started that process, as I shared. We did the notification for that in January of 2023, so that's already moving forward. East and West Montessori divisions enforced. That's in process as well, because that is something that was a concern collectively. And PRM and Walnut Hills School and Hyde Park additions, those completions will be, the work is underway. We do anticipate that work will be done by September 30th. there was one here, and I've looked at this quite a bit. So if it's somewhere else, the team can share with me. But I thought it was in the top recommendations, where the recommendation was for students that did not want to go to Pleasant Ridge Montessori, they could go to another school location. Is that farther down? Did I miss it? It's in number 1, but which number is it? Because I didn't call it out. I want to call it out because we did support that, but I want to give it with the caveat.
Right, bullet number 8. So it's like the blurb that's number 8 right here.
Second from the bottom.
Starts with Northeast Cluster of Schools.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. I just didn't, I showed that we support it, but I want to give a caveat for this one. So Northeast Cluster Schools includes Pleasant Ridge Montessori, Silverton, Woodford, and John P. Parker would allow families in PRM attendance boundaries to attend the other schools in that cluster if they do not want Montessori education. So in theory, we support the concept. However, we would need some clarification because right now in our Montessori programs, is everybody with me? Yes? No? Okay. In our Montessori programs, generally students don't go into a Montessori program after 2nd grade. So for the students in that particular community, are we saying if they go into, if they are a neighbor, because Pleasant Ridge is a neighborhood Montessori school, are we saying that that would be the recommendation for all students or the recommendation for students after 2nd grade? I think that's the first. The second is we do support the students. We would consider we would remove both Woodford and John P. Parker because they're showing up in some other locations, and we would recommend that individuals that are making that selection use their own transportation, so that transportation would not be provided if they choose to go to another one of those school locations. So if we can get clarity on the first in terms of what the board's vision is there. That is something that we believe that we know we can implement for this year, but we do want some feedback on whether the conversation was around all grade levels or after 2nd grade.
My recommendation was that based upon when people move into that neighborhood, or that they could decide not to go to PRM if they didn't want Montessori, they could drop down to one of the other schools within that cluster. Or if they started there and yet then found out that was not what they were interested in, they could move. So I think it would be for all grades rather than an entrance, but that's my recollection. And I think that's what I've kind of heard from the communities, even way back when we were in, I did it again, Student Achievement Committee,
Yes.
They really wanted that opportunity.
Okay, so
thrilled to be at PRM, but not really.
So we believe that we could support that with the schools that we're recommending here, with individuals having their own transportation. Because otherwise it adds to a challenge that we already have versus going into neighborhoods that are not a part of that overall boundary.
Thank you.
So wanted to make sure we call that out. So that was the end for the second set of recommendations. Any questions for me?
Questions, recommendation 2, Mr. Morosky,
It's,
the old man.
I didn't have any of this gray when I got on this board 7 years ago. I'm wise now. It's true. And it's probably a question more for the ad hoc committee, because I don't know if it's been asked. I apologize if it has. I like the PRM, so on the PRM piece, I think it's a sound recommendation. And again, this was like 6 or so years ago when we were hearing this. So I'm glad we're talking about it. Does anybody have any fear, or did it come up, which would be specifically for y'all and Ms. Jones if she was here, of opening a can of worms, i.e. I live in Hayes Porter's attendance boundary and I don't want a STEM school, so I should be able to choose these other ones. From people mainly of privilege and choice who maybe didn't get into their magnet but then have to go to their neighborhood school and don't want to. Because no matter, I've said this many times, no matter what we do programmatically, any of this, we're not going to force people of choice and privilege to choose equity and anti-racism. Any amount of marketing won't do it. And so, particularly white folks, and they're going to find a way to complain and say, well, PRM gets this. Did this come up, or is it a concern? If we give it to PRM, then we're going to see a flood of folks like...
I'll start. Yes, but years before. I haven't heard it most recently, and the justification is that the Vision 2020, like at Hayes Porter, technology
Yeah.
or whatever it is at this school or that school, isn't really a curriculum thing. It's
Fair.
a program. It's I don't know if they can
Sure.
speak to that, but really Montessori
No, I get that.
is, so I think that would be our response, but definitely that can of worms will get open.
Okay. And I don't think we need to belabor the point either. And I get the difference between the two, between the programmatic, et cetera. I know that email is going to come.
Well, and I will say this, it came up, but then it didn't.
It died.
And PRM had, because it was a program issue, it did come up there. But I also think that what came up extensively is the marketing for our schools and what's going on at our schools and what we have in different programs. So I think it came up in that context. Like, I don't know what's offered at Hayes Porter because we don't market our schools enough. So it wasn't, it was a fair assessment. And that, what if I don't want this? You would have to go to Hayes Porter. Well, I don't know what's there. And then it was a whole marketing flurry. So it came up, but it didn't come up. But PRM has been super consistent with, we need this because we have a large number. Now, I kind of want to know the number of students that are impacted. They said that they have a large number of students that don't want Montessori. What came up as well, just to be transparent, is making sure that we're not disenfranchising African-American students that live in Gulf Manor to not put them at PR. Now, that came up.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a racial issue.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a consistent conversation, but it was around PRM. It was that conversation and not a Hayes Porter neighborhood school.
No, I like I said, I appreciate it's coming up. I just wanted to call it out. I'm just curious if it had come up as a concern. I think it's valid and it makes sense to me.
Yeah, and to follow up real quickly, again, years ago, there was resistance by the board because of the sense that people at PRM were trying to be exclusive instead of necessarily provide options for other people. So I think with their leadership and with that, there's been a different kind of approach to it. But we'll move, if there's no other, do you have a question about number 2? Yes.
Thank you, President Wilson. So I'm trying to formulate my thoughts here, but I'm just wanting to ensure that for the Montessori schools, we are saying that the Montessori schools will remain the same in the event, but it's contingent upon if we do have to redraw the boundary lines.
No, so PRM is our only Montessori school, and this also speaks to Board Member Morosky's question. PRM is the only Montessori school that is a neighborhood Montessori school. So that means that school has a boundary, and that any student currently that lives in that boundary, they go to PRM whether they want the Montessori experience or not. In every other elementary school, they get an option to apply to go to the Montessori program, with the exception of PRM. So what we're saying at this point is we would be supportive of, as students are beginning to enter, them having a choice if they don't want the Montessori experience, but they would need their own transportation. I do think we have to be mindful, and when we start to select, it is something that we do have to think about, because there does also become a counseling out of students during that time of once you give an additional option, then you select which students you want to go somewhere else. So it's really something that has to be closely monitored. We have to put in guidelines for what that looks like, because it has the ability to go the direction that we're not looking for it to go. So that's something for us to consider. I think when the board put it in place, I think that having been a principal of a full school IB program, everybody didn't want the IB experience, but if you were there, you were in an IB school. And so it made some options, because there was also other programming there that you could be involved in. And that's not the case in this program. So when it comes up and individuals start saying, well, we don't have this selection because we couldn't provide transportation, I'm sharing now that in order for this to happen, they would need to be able to provide their own transportation. But that's the answer to that part of the question.
And the monitoring is very important, because
Right.
we saw that happen again and again at Clark over a number of years, even where there were particular principals that
Yes.
would watch the class list coming in. And that is very important to do that.
Yes, my question will be very brief. If you go to bullet point 4, where it says Spencer Center moves to grade 4 through 12, not grades 3 through 12, an existing Spencer Center building becomes the 4 to 8 Spencer Center East. I want to make an emphasis on this part where you have Cheviot Gifted Program becomes 4 to 8 Spencer Center West at Cheviot. Can you just give a little rationale on the changing of the name? Because I know that will come up with the Cheviot community in terms of why can we not just keep it at Gifted Cheviot? Why is there a suggestion of Spencer Center West? So this would be, these recommendations came from the ad hoc committee, so I'll let them speak to that.
The reason being that they currently, when the whole ad hoc meetings began, there was actual under-enrollment at the gifted program at Cheviot to the point that the superintendent suggested we might want to review whether or not that program should exist. We also have a number of students on the west side transporting from the west side to Spencer. And so the concept was you could help the marketing, you could help the enrollment, you could give more equitable access on the west side if that was seen as the district's gifted program where you apply and you're accepted or not accepted or whatever. So I think it's a marketing issue, an enrollment issue. And then also I think from a standpoint of it would be, as a west sider, they all would, Sailor Park, as west side as it can be, that Cheviot name would remain just as we've done with the preschool, which is what is it, Cheviot Westwood Rising Star. They are very serious about that name being there. They have great pride in that. So I agree.
So you're saying it's because of marketing of the possible name change?
It would help the marketing, and you probably would attract more kids if it was marketed in such a way that it was the full kind of west side. I think you would also probably help some of the transportation issues where people feel compelled to go to Spencer in one place. Oh, we don't know. It's something to think about.
Yes, absolutely.
Treasurer?
So in clarity in terms of that, the Cheviot plan, what happens to the neighborhood kids at Cheviot? Does it no longer become a Cheviot
no, it
neighborhood school? You still have a neighborhood program, okay.
Additional programming.
That's a good question.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, did you have another question, Vice President?
Not yet.
Okay. All right. So I want to make sure that I honor the time. So and really get through the responses. So for the second set, I do think in terms of the schools that's recommended unchanged, I think that's informational right now, because as we talk about the redrawing of boundaries and those kinds of things, there may have to be some changes in there. One of them, and I think this is actually recommendation 5, but I want to raise it now because we do believe going into next year, planning for the following year of a restructuring of our high schools into neighborhood high schools is really going to be paramount to our next steps. And in terms of thinking about that, Riverview East is the only high school that has a boundary right now because it's a pre-K-12 program. We know that there are some facility issues where it sits, the flooding that occurs. And so one of the things that we have discussed as a part of the recommendations and wanted to kind of get some feedback from the board in terms of support is preparing for the phase out of Riverview East or repurposing of Riverview East going into next school year to prepare for what would happen for high schools after that. So what that would mean, if that's something that's supported, is the students that are at Riverview East right now would stay at Riverview East for the 24-25 school year. We would provide notice for them that the following year, the recommendation would be to repurpose that particular area. When you look, if we can grab the map right here, when you look at the boundary that was drawn for Riverview East, there is a huge area where there are no students because it's right there at the river. I think this is maybe something that you were talking about earlier. Mount Washington happens to be a school that's underutilized right now, but a part of the boundary for Riverview East actually is in the Mount Washington area. So if we now said this is what's going to happen a year removed, give individuals time to prepare for that so they could stay through the time that they're there. We would not enroll additional students, which would mean that each year the school enrolls and removes about the same number of students. So is about the same number enroll as students that exit. So thinking about that, that would allow us to then be prepared for a transition for them for the 25-26 school year. So that was something that we wanted to raise in light of, as we think about facilities, school needs a roof. There's some other things that are needed right now that are in process, but we know that the building itself, is it going to be the most conducive for us moving forward? So that would be something that we really wanted some feedback on from the board. And then at the bottom, again, all of the different suggestions for schools that could change. We know that that would be information that we would need that would be a part of the larger plan. So that's why that one looks the most color coordinated, I guess, in terms of the category and the administrative response, because all of that would become a part of conversation. Two of these to pull out that's included here that we do want to talk about in terms of budget. So there's been a lot of conversation around the consolidation of Rockdale and South Avondale. And from everything that we're hearing as well, the community is supportive. From what we've been told, also the community is supportive of that transition. So thinking about simultaneously a year removed, repurposing, reorganizing high schools and starting with the middle school concept, moving into this year, we could support, if we get the additional support from the board, if this is the direction that the board recommends, we could support the consolidation of South Avondale, and we talked about this as well. We talked about it with our union teams, but the consolidation of South Avondale into Rockdale for this year, leaving South Avondale there to be the middle school that gives us a year of planning for a year removed from there, and beginning to provide the notice now in terms of working with the families in terms of what that would look like. There's already language for what that would look like in terms of the CBA, but that's something to discuss because there's also a budget implication that goes along with that. So we can come back to that when we get to budget this afternoon, if that's fine, unless you want to give feedback on that now.
So quickly to summarize that and get the reaction. So we're thinking in terms of repurposing Riverview in some way, shape, or form, and also a possibility of moving ahead in some way that you're figuring out regarding in the Avondale community, Rockdale and South Avondale.
And let me give you one more that's also in one of the recommendations, but could give an opportunity to move forward as well. And that your fingers are crossed. Evanston and Douglas, there's been a lot of conversation around some kind of repurposing for Douglas. So whether that would be as a middle school, whether it would be as additional support for Spencer. So doing the same thing this year. What we've done already is looked at the enrollment in each of the schools. And honestly, the enrollment from both of the schools could go into one. It wouldn't matter which one it was. And so that would be something that, again, we would be talking about notifying, going through those families. There are about 250 students that are at Douglas that would become students at Evanston, and there's still some additional space after that. Actually, Evanston is, Douglas is a little bit larger than Evanston, but they still wouldn't be at capacity. And then the same holds true for South Avondale and Rockdale. So those would be the three.
That'd be great. Mr. Craig?
Just two kind of quick thoughts / questions. One is to your first point about the repurposing of Riverview. And I think this really speaks to how we are using our facilities, because it's not just about the elementary level. It actually is the high school level where we see the biggest cost of transporting students around our district. And so,
that's it.
And again, I don't want to preview too early the transportation costs, but one of the largest drivers of our transportation dollars is Withrow. And the cost to take students there and to get students there, which is not to say you don't do it, but is to say that that's something we have to think about when we look at where these students are going, even as they go up from just their elementary school level, because we have a more diverse spread of the elementary schools than the high schools. But I think it also speaks to a little bit of the idea of consolidation. Really is also about how do we maximize getting students to the schools on time in a good way so they get a good education where they're all together. in an efficient and effective way. And I like the fact that we're having that conversation. And I just want to make sure that we also have it in a way that allows the people the time to do that transition. Because I think that's the thing that we've heard for the last year from folks who flooded our meetings, is that the fear is always that it happens tomorrow.
Right.
They're like, tomorrow my kid's being pulled out, you're gonna grab them, take them over here and put them over here now. And I think that's the effort that we've done when we enrolled Bramble. We had the conversations in the community. When we've done other decisions to change things, even the conversations about actually using the East-West separation policy with regards to
Right.
Montessori, it's a conversation that we've had. We had it in the past. We will have it again. But it's making sure that we're very clear in how we communicate. So I think, again, to me, I think it makes sense. But I also think thinking about the child going from K all the way up through their high school experience, are we setting up enough spaces where students can actually go that next transition up?
So thank you for the question. So two things to that. What you have as a part of the documents that we share all of it's in the link. This is the transportation. Yes, we printed it for you as well. But to Board Member Craig's point, what you have in the information that was sent to you yesterday, there is a link there to transportation cost for each school. One of the things that our treasurer will share or has available for you today that you've also received is the cost that we spend per pupil per school as well. So when we look at this, to Board Member Craig's point, for Withrow, for example, we spend $1.2 million for transportation there. Our highest cost is 1.6, and that's at SCPA, and we understand why that's the case with the different school systems and models that we have in that one place. So again, to that, it would allow us to begin to minimize, but also give families time if they want to make other decisions. Where the schools, where they're drawn from, there is availability in terms of space in those other schools. So families would have two options. We would, we would have to look a little bit at staffing, but they could stay for this year. We would notice them all, but they could stay for this year if they chose to do that. Otherwise, we would help support them. We would overlay an additional boundary over the current boundary. That's essentially what that would mean. So as other students came in to enroll, they wouldn't enroll in Riverview. They would enroll in the school that is a part of that new boundary, so that you're not taking new students in.
Any other questions on that section as we move ahead? Yes.
Are we going to see the cost ramification, like the enrollment? I think you said Treasurer Wagner was going to give us some cost per pupil.
You just got it.
No. I'm talking about for the proposal for Riverview, for the new Riverview, because I'm really interested in Mount Washington's cost, Riverview's cost per pupil, but then also just their costs. And then for me, it's also about grade. Like what is the report card of the schools? How are we? I'm just interested in that. I want to make sure that we're not making a decision simply because of financials, but also it makes sense with regard to equitable programming at that school.
Yeah. So I think it's a couple of things. Thank you for the question. The email that Treasurer Wagner sent yesterday, one of the links in that email is the information that's the per pupil cost for each school. When we get to the budget conversation, we've added these things that we're discussing right now as a part of that budget conversation. So we would be able to share with you, and you have it in the information that we sent for budget, but we would be able to share what that cost savings would be in terms of that particular school as well. When it comes to, and I think that this is also something to recognize, over the past year and a half, the majority of our elementary schools are considered what the state would consider satisfactory. So they're 3-star or higher. So the kind of work that's happening in our schools, moving students from one school to another, does not necessarily change the kind of work or programming that's happening for them as it relates to grade. I think the third thing is it's another one of those things where trying to be responsive to the information that was provided to us, and also trying to look in light of the budget. There are all of those different areas that will come into play in terms of all of the different things that could happen, or the different factors that could happen. We would not support the recommendation, and I hope that I think you collectively, the board has collectively learned this about me by now. I would not support the recommendation if I believe that it was going to be detrimental to students in terms of their academic achievement. So it's something that we can provide. We have given the school grades previously. We can forward them back to the board, but that would just be my response to that.
Well, I'm just thinking specifically around the recommendations that are being proposed. I'm interested in that data, around that financial data. And you're shaking your head, so that makes sense.
So what I was waiting for was general consensus on the projects that we're going to move forward. Then once we get the redistricting done, then we can do, this is what it costs in the old way, and this is what it costs per pupil in the new way. You could do that comparative analysis before blessing that project as a go.
The other thing that we'll also notice, if you look at the current breakdown for cost per pupil, collectively we understand that the more students you have in the school, the less the cost per pupil is, because it is dollars and cents. And so the more students that the recommendations of putting schools together and consolidate, you do that because it drives down the cost of operating that school because you have more students in the school. So there's not a way for it not to be cost effective when you have schools that are so close, especially. And you know, if you're, and you have availability in school buildings.
And to that point, there has to be a certain amount of kids there to make staffing appropriate and financially feasible. So we'll move on to the
Sure. I think in terms of and I can kind of summarize this particular area in terms of transportation.
Yes.
It all together, many of these categories are duplicates. They were seen somewhere else in the information.
Right.
And so the one that we had questions about, removing 7th and 8th graders from the following high schools, I think that really becomes a part of the larger conversation of we think it becomes a part of the larger conversation around neighborhood high schools. So a year removed from that. I did want to make sure that was not referencing looking at removing 7th and 8th grade students from the yellow buses now. I don't think that's what that meant. Okay, so that would be a part of the larger conversation for the reorganization for high schools. The rest of this was pretty much the same in terms of that. This entire area to us was really about making sure that we're maximizing transportation as we're thinking about how we're looking at the organization of the district. So we will stop there to see if there are any questions for me in that space.
I think we'll go to 4.
Okay. The next one for 4, create middle schools. We see this as a part of the conversation with restructuring neighborhood high schools. And so really we would spend the time doing the additional work around where the concentrations of students are. There are some recommendations about which schools could be looked at in those areas. So we would spend some time in that to make it a part of a larger conversation. But just in terms of information, we support the creation of middle schools. Now it's just a matter of, you know, how we would look at doing that. And there is a cost factor that goes along with that as well. And so we would have to talk through, you know, what that looked like a year removed from now. Questions about
Middle
that?
schools, if
Yes.
I could. I would really like us to, I like moving ahead with the Avondale piece very much so. And I'm happy about that, what you talked about regarding Evanston and Douglas, especially moving to, quote, a blue ribbon school makes sense and what have you. But on the middle school piece, I really would like us, for you to even dig deeper about the possibility which you guys introduced, which was Woodford as a dedicated middle school building, because much of the issue with both Bramble and then also J.P. Parker and Woodford and that whole northeast section, if Bramble could actually become fully a preschool for almost that east side, because places like Kilgore don't have a preschool, Hyde Park doesn't have a preschool because they have limited buildings. I would really like us to think about Woodford as a dedicated middle school that could, and just that would be something I would like to think of, and that Bramble becoming kind of a east side preschool kind of building, especially with the amount of money, for no other reason, the tiny little toilets that have now been put in there. I mean, let's be real. But But I just, if you could like kind of just kind of, you don't need to respond to that, but that's just one feedback piece I'd like to share.
So one of the questions that I have there are we talking about or recommending? We're not recommending that for the upcoming school year. That's a part of the
Not
larger
necessarily,
conversation.
yes.
Okay.
So
So
it might be the following year, but it also would help if, again, if some of this is done and released and the plan is out there, it would stop some of the hysteria about certain things if people saw the grand plan. So I think it's making some commitments early that this will be happening, so on and so forth. But I really do like the idea of Bramble being strictly preschool. And I do like the idea of finding a middle school on the east side of Woodford, which is a wonderful building and has been underused for any number of years now.
So that's just the last thing I'll say on that. Thank you for the feedback.
Sure.
We will take the information, go back and do as much as we can with it. I feel pretty good about the fact that this information, when we received it, we've been able to dig in at this point
Right.
and make some of the give some of the feedback that we've been able to do.
Yes.
And so now it's, finding the right team to work through the plan for reorganization, the plan for redrawing and all of those things so that we can come back with a more comprehensive plan. I would say we would probably need about 3 months to do that. We're also doing that in the middle of everything else that's happening with the budget and school year and all of that. So it really takes quite a bit of time. So we'll need a little bit of time to actually say, okay, now, yes, we're supportive of this, but this is what we're thinking in terms of what schools would go here, what schools would be middle schools, where those kids would come from, what we see in the neighborhood, so forth and so on. But definitely would work on the more comprehensive plan to give some feedback.
I think that'd be great. And I think actually the next time the board will be talking about this, we would probably be talking about it in a fact finding. It's for an
Great.
update and a question answer. Remember, Matt?
Superintendent Wright, I know several like town hall discussions with the community of John P. Parker as well as Woodford and Bramble, excuse me. What has been the emerging things that have come out of those discussions about how they envision those schools being purposed?
Yeah, so the main conversation that's come out right now is John P. Parker doesn't want to change at John P. Parker. And that's the major theme. And I think everyone understands why. However, the recommendation that came back to us from ad hoc was to look at both of the schools and determine which school would be better utilized in particular to what area. So I am hopeful that by the time that we get to the time for Cal, we would be able to provide an update for our recommendations around the use of Bramble moving into next school year based on everything that we've gotten, because that's what we've gotten, of course, from the John P. Parker community, and we understand that. We've gotten something different from those that are in the Bramble community. So at this point, it's now going into the facilities, looking at what the needs are. We knew that we would only have a small population of students there this year. We knew that when we purchased the building. But we thought that it was more important to bring that building back into our portfolio of schools, and that community is also growing. So haven't heard as much in terms of from the Woodford population, but from those two populations, that's what we've heard. So we're hopeful that by the middle of this month, we would be able to provide an update for what we would recommend for next school year.
Did you just mention something about Cal?
I'm hopeful to do it by then, yes.
That would be this coming Cal.
In February.
Great, thank you.
Board member Maps, really briefly, to share with you what we heard in ad hoc around Bramble. John P. Woodford did come and share some of their concerns as well. And I like President Bolton's suggestion, but there has also been a suggestion of, is it possible to put a middle school at Bramble? I don't know if this is feasible. I'm just telling you what the suggestions have been. Is it possible to put a middle school at Bramble? John P. didn't want to change, but it was also because they had a high rating. They've been doing some really good things there, and they didn't want to upset that. I want to be fair. And then overarchingly, I cannot say it enough, one of the concerns of that particular neighborhood is the marketing of schools. It's been for our district, but it is also the marketing of our schools within our district and how it needs to increase significantly. So I kind of want to get some clarification, because I thought that we were kind of throwing out suggestions and then getting a cost analysis on the suggestions to find out which suggestion would maybe be feasible. So when we say 3 months for Bramble to be a preschool, does that align with the timeline of implementing things for the budget, or is that looking for not this upcoming year, but the next year in totality and not looking at it for next year?
So Bramble is a little bit different because we've been having the Bramble conversation all year. And so recommendations that we would have for Bramble, we would anticipate would move into the 24-25 school year, because that's what we've been talking about all year. For the others, in terms of the other recommendations that came from ad hoc, we wanted to be responsive to what was there. But one of the things that, you know, we've heard the entire time is there may be some things in the recommendations that will also be assistive in terms of the budget. So we've tried to take that into consideration as well. So in terms of Bramble, recommendations that we would have for Bramble would be for the 24-25 school year.
Okay.
I think that's helpful. And I'm encouraged to hear that at the Cal meeting. Now with 5?
5. I would just like to say for 5, in terms of everything in 5 is about high school. Everything about 5 is in terms of the policies around schools of choice. We support that and look forward to working with the policy committee on what that looks like as we really get back to the neighborhood concept for our high schools. So everything there, it's really all about policy, but except one of them was informational, but we would support the work that needs to happen there.
Thank you. Any questions about number 5 for superintendent or treasurer? And I do think it's having a kind of another update about a couple of specifics that you mentioned. Cal would be great, committee of the whole, for those watching. And then also, I do think, thinking in terms of a fact finding, maybe we can talk about where you would still want some more input or some further discussion, or we have some more questions that you guys could answer. I think that would be helpful. I think we've completed and we're about 12 minutes over. But I mentioned to member Mapp through this, I said that some of this represents about 8 years of work and persistence and also courage to move forward. You got to have persistence and then you have to have courage of decision makers. So appreciate it, and we'll move on to our next portion if we can. And treasurer wants a break, so watch out, Scooting. There's a traffic light at the door. You probably will need some assistance. We'll see how this works. Be very careful. I see I would fall right off of the damn thing.
That's how we don't want you with that.
I've tried that. Of course, I wasn't very good on a scooter anyway.
Are we breaking?
Well, she's taking a break, and I think we can all take a.
We can stand up, good Lord, please.
And that may be. But we'll have an opportunity to voice it. Not necessarily. But we know nobody, we understand that. It's somebody challenged. Do that, but I don't know that. No, it ultimately comes to the board, but we all know. But I think some of our constituents that in that.
You have pieces of wheels.
The day I got this passed, I was going from one step. They didn't lock it all the way.
I'll talk to my mama. I just needed, my watch was like, it's time to stand. I need to stand.
That's why you get the hard cast.
At least 5 minutes. I did legs, so my legs are.
All right, Rob, you ready? We are back in session. We are back in session. And we have a number of presentations, and we're going to start with our presentation from Treasurer Wagner, and then we will have opportunity to listen to what she has to say and have the superintendent do some augmenting of whatever that is before us. And we are aiming for our lunch to begin at 11:30. And I know that at that time we also temporarily lose the superintendent, so she has another appearance at our at Cintas for our wonderful display of all our wonderful schools. So we'll turn it over now to Treasurer Wagner. Treasurer Wagner.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, sure. Thank you. So what I did was I linked all our documents to the agenda, and then as we go through them, Rob's going to pull them up, and then Mike's handing out hard copies as we go through. So the first question on the agenda was what's the budget challenge? And so I just wanted to, there you go, thank you, remind everybody where we are today, and keep in mind data changes all the time. But the current general fund budget is $609.9 million. If you take what was identified, 2 months ago, as recurring costs that are currently this year funded in ESSER, you would add 86, and you said we're going to keep it that scope of work and we're going to add it on top. So that's 86.4, although we have a plan that helps reduce that. In addition to that, our budget would go up by $7.1 million because of the step salary tables that are in all the collective bargaining agreements, and they're already negotiated. So that's 7.1, and that includes the related benefits of about 15.8% because we have to do workman's comp and retirement and stuff like that. Last year during the salary reopener, we made a commitment to AFSCME to get them to the $20 an hour over a phased-in period, and so we're estimating the fiscal year 25 cost of that is an additional $2.8 million with benefits included in it. And then I put an estimate in for COPS because the ad hoc committee was talking a lot about how to help fund some of the recommendations in ad hoc, and not knowing what the 3 to 5 year phase-in plan is. I just made an estimate of about $70 million, which would add a $5 million annual lease payment to the budget. If we went with 70 million, the challenge with 70 million is that on a COPS issuance, you have to spend the money within a 3 year period or the IRS will fine you. And so as you lay out the ad hoc plan, we need to make sure that we chunk up the COPS issuances so that we can do it within that 3 year window with whatever construction costs have to happen. Like for the middle school example, you have to remove all the primary potties and replace them with big people potties. And then you have science labs and art buildings, and you have to have a bigger cafeteria and a bigger gym, so there will be some costs facility related that would go with that middle school plan. So we just have to figure out as we chunk it out and phase it over the years, what that cost would be and how we'd finance that. Anyway, so if we went with a 5 million and whatever that ends up being, the total additional or the total cost would be 711 million. On November 6th, we made a commitment to budget and stay within our revenue stream annually. So the forecast, the 5-year forecast has an estimated revenue of 606.5, which would leave us with a budget gap to close of 105 million. I'll pause right there. Does anybody have any questions about that?
Good place to pause.
We're taking a breath, right?
Yes.
Trying to breathe.
So that assumes that nothing changes in our current spending pattern or anything that's in ESSER, right? And we already have been working through some of those, so you'll see those recommendations in a little bit later. But that's where we started in November and December, thinking about next year's budget. Okay.
Jen, let me ask a question. When people have been hearing 80 something, 86.9 or whatever, is this the newer number based upon some of the additional?
So the 86.4 was the identified recurring costs in ESSER back in September, October timeframe. That you'll hear today how that's gonna, there's some recommendations how to make that a lot smaller.
Cool.
Okay. And I just want to keep repeating, and again, I'll say 100 times in the season, the budget changes every single day, several hours during the day, because we refine and we refine and we refine and make decisions. So the numbers will change as we go forward.
And just one kind of also quick clarifying point too. This is based on the idea that the things that we budgeted for this year will operate and, you know, fundamentally cost what they are expected to cost. And that's the carried over to next year's things that are carrying over will continue to cost
Right.
what they currently cost.
Right. And so what it doesn't include is any inflationary factors on non-personnel stuff, right? So utilities, gas, fuel, all that kind of stuff. And it does not include any negotiated upcoming COLA increases. We haven't negotiated yet. Okay, so good point. Thank you. Okay, so moving on, so if you click on the first November forecast slide, please, from the agenda. There you go. Yes, thank you. Normally I would do that myself, but since it would take me an hour to get all the handouts out. So this is something that you've seen time and time again, at least twice a year, but I try to put it in almost every budget presentation just to keep reminding everybody that the dark bar chart represents the revenue stream. And the first column of charts is 2003 actuals. So the dark is the revenue, the light is the expense, right? So we go from 23 actual to 24 projected because we're still in the midst of 24. When we did the November forecast, it's still kind of a projected as we go along. You can see that those 2 years, our expenses exceeded our revenues. And that was a deliberate choice. It wasn't that we were overspending a budget or anything like that. It was a deliberate choice in the district to fund some strategic initiatives. All right, so then everything else is projected as a 5-year forecast. You have 3 years of history in the forecast, the current year, which is your projected to current 24, and then you do 4 more years into the future. That's your 5-year window. So what this shows you is if you project that you continue to overspend your budget, the yellow line represents our cash balance. So in November, we agreed that our expenses would not exceed our revenues moving forward, right? Now, the last two bars on the right-hand side, so 27 and 28, the orange block up there represents the next renewal levy, which is a $48 million levy that includes the $15 million set aside for preschool expansion. Now, you'll recall that we've exceeded that $15 million revenue stream when you compare the budgets for CPS and CPP together. This year was about $20 million of expenses, which was okay because in the first couple years of the levy, as preschool was ramping up, CPP was ramping up, we were underspending our budget, so we had cash reserves to fund that. But that cash reserve is going to run out at the end of 25 and the beginning of 26. So decisions have to be made about that renewal and whether we're going to maintain a $15 million set aside or try to increase that renewal And then President Bolton inferred that we may be looking at a PI levy, which is a permanent improvement levy, and it will fund. It goes to the voters on a ballot for them to approve for another tax increase to help fund the facility repair plan and maybe part of the ad hoc plan. So the facility repair plan, when it was presented back in October, was about $116 million, and it averaged about $32 million a year. But now I'm hearing it's more like $40 million a year because construction costs keep exploding. So we can't absorb a $32 million add to our general operating funds without another revenue stream. And we can't borrow enough of that because we've already hit our ceiling. So we need to look at what a PI levy. So a permanent improvement levy, it could be 5 years, 10 years, or continuing. Most people try to do continuing because you're always going to have a repair. Every several years, you're going to have to replace roofs. So you can put anything that has a 5-year life asset into the permanent improvement fund. You can't use it for operating expenses. So you can do textbooks, you can do technology, you can do building repairs and improvements. So that revenue stream, the annual revenue stream on property taxes, would be targeted to a specific fund, and that fund, the revenues on that would support the spend on all those improvements. The difference being on a COPS, it acts like a kind of a capital lease where you put your building up. So like when we did Mercy Montessori, we used the COPS to buy Mercy Montessori and renovate it. I think we spent $15 to $16 million renovating it, and then we used some of the other. So the COPS was $22 million, and then we used some of that other money to help renovate cans and to do some other like air conditioning projects. I think an elevator at Carthage and maybe LEAP. So that gets paid off over 2038, but we had to add $2 million to our budget to pay for that lease. It acts like an operating lease. But those buildings get encumbered, so you're putting them up for leverage, just like you would on a home mortgage. You put your house up for encumbered so that, but you can't do it if you do Gamble Montessori. You can't do another COPS and Gamble Montessori till you pay off the first one. So you can't do like second mortgages. And so the whole repair plan, I don't recommend a COPS simply because of we have buildings that are already encumbered under COPS. That helped us finish the facility master plan. And so there's a lot of planning that has to happen in order to finance all the ad hoc recommendations, balance the budget, general fund budget, and fund the facility repair plan. Okay, questions about this?
Members?
I have a question. So this forecast summary is just talking about general fund money, right? It's not talking about title money. It's not talking about grants. When we talk about a PI, permanent improvement levy, so I guess that's my first question. My second question is, when we're talking about repairs, how do federal grants fall into that? Because I know when you say a building needs a roof, to me that's a sustainability issue that we could maybe get some solar panels now and then potentially get some grants for that. So I'm wondering, this is just about general fund money. This is not any extra money that we get for other things, right?
That's correct. So all 613 public school districts in the state of Ohio have to file a 5-year forecast in November and in May. You do your November and then you do an update in May. And it's based on a cash basis of just the general fund.
With my second question, with regard to permanent improvement levy or the possibility of one, or even utilization of a COPS for repairs, how does that tie into or change the number needed when we add potential opportunities for other funding sources?
So let's just use roof replacements as an example. You have, if you do a COPS, you have a 3-year window. There's no way we're going to replace, I don't remember how many roofs are in there, but in the 3-year window, simply because there's not enough manpower, not enough contractors, not enough materials that you can do in that short time frame in order to not get fined. So you would have to either chunk it up into multiple COPs over the years, making sure that we have enough operating funds to make those annual payments, versus a PI levy is a constant stream of revenue depending on the size of the length of the levy that you choose to go with, whether you have a 10-year or a continuing.
I understand the difference.
Okay.
I'm just a little confused on what are we doing? Well, you know, I'm not confused on a permanent improvement levy. I'm concerned about that. There's a difference, but I'm also wondering, are we also doing things to offset the amount of 32 million proposed, but potentially $40 million for building improvements, such as a roof, that could potentially have a reduction of the money that is needed?
So we're using the amount of money that was available in ESSER for this year to help start that stuff. So there's a bunch of boilers and chillers that were as part of that budget. Not a bunch, a few. In terms of roofs, I'm not aware of any other funding source that would do that. And like simply grants, we can certainly keep researching if there's grants that would help. Whatever, if feds come out with another COVID-related grant, then we can start using that.
Well, I mean, I know we had like a sustainability presentation around like the IRA possibility, but there is some federal money for that too. So I'm just, that is not COVID related. I just was wondering, can we demonstrate that we are trying to offset that number to the public with other funding sources so that it's not nearly as...
Yeah, we can, we are with the funds that we have available to us, but keep in mind our state and federal funds they're very restricted on the purposes you can use it for. We can't use Title I to go do roofs.
Correct.
Right.
Right.
So the superintendent wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, so one of the things we'll add, and and as a part of the question, so the resolution that you talked about earlier that was around efficiency, where we are currently is we're at the end phase of assessing all of our roofs and their ability to actually do solar paneling. So if that is the case, then we may have some opportunity in that space through the IRA information, but we won't know that until we finish the assessment. So we've done the assessment on the other end that we've already shared in terms of this is each of the phases that we share with the board during fact finding around facilities, but we are looking at that other area as well, and we would be able to come back to that after we get that assessment part done.
Okay.
Vice President?
Yes, thank you, Board Member Moffitt, for bringing that up, because I actually put a little note to bring up. Are we looking at other grants possibly for things such as solar paneling, roofing, things like that that we can get that will help to offset and decrease, you know, what we have currently that we're going over in the budget? So thank you for that.
I would just add, just from a political standpoint, that part of this, the emphasis on maybe COPS, but the emphasis on ad hoc and some of the things that have been suggested, we would be unable to go to the public and ask for any more money if we do not have buildings that are full, if we don't have a growth plan, if we don't have a way to demonstrate that we've been great stewards, particularly of our facilities. So part of that whole COPS thing and part of the whole ad hoc piece is for us to address the under-enrollment, the over-enrollment, to address the kinds of offerings that we have. So we've got to be thinking, how do you go to the public and ask for additional monies? Now, we have been fortunate. It has been 8 years since we did that, and 8 years before that. So we have a good running record. But what we learned in ad hoc regarding use of facilities, and this is in part mostly post-COVID and the impact that COVID has had on any number of school districts. I just read an article yesterday, indeed, Columbus City Schools is having major meetings about what buildings to close. You did not hear here today closure of buildings. You're hearing today consolidation. You're hearing ways to address the under-enrollment, a way to get back into our growth plan that we've had that is helpful. So just wanted to emphasize that part of this is prepping ourselves to go to the public and ask them of their precious dollars, especially after this most recent valuation that has absolutely tripped the whole community off. So I think we need to, all of this is, again, in a larger frame of reference. Madam Treasurer?
The one that says cash balance history. So this is a beautiful graph that Mike created for us.
Uh-oh.
Thank you, Mike.
That one,
Mike.
that one, yeah. That shows just the history of our cash, a general fund cash balance. And so, hence the reason why we have to agree to stay within our annual revenues, because we've eroded that larger savings account, so to speak. So just to say, pre-COVID fiscal year 19, we had ended the year with $126 million in cash in the general fund. And at the end of last year, we ended with $69 million. So we use that money to invest in strategic initiatives. That was very purposeful. But we're getting to a point where a low cash balance at the beginning of the year can cause cash flow balance issues throughout the year, because we only collect our property taxes twice a year. So we have, I don't think we received them yet for 2024. So January can be December and January can be a very lean month in terms of cash availability. We just have to, we monitor it almost daily now to make sure, so that we can move money in and out of investments to help make sure that there's enough money in cash while we're earning interest revenues. But I think this is a great visual of why we had to make the decision to say, okay, we need to stop creating budgets that are above our revenue stream. So,
Let me make sure, when you're saying we, that was not necessarily only an administrative decision, but it was a board vote that
Right.
came out of finance committee. So the community and everyone needs to know that. And we were
Yes.
given options and we chose the tough option.
okay, so moving to the forecast to actual,
I have a
oh, I'm
question
sorry, a
from Member
question?
Matt.
Yep. So in the last strategic plan, there were decisions on expanding resource coordinators in every building. We expanded the school social workers, because prior to COVID, the budget only supported like one day a week school social work in every building. And then the schools had more money they could add. But we went to, sometime during that period, we went to a school social worker in every building, despite the size of the building. And so that's something that we need to look at in terms of maybe the enrollment. We added counselors because we needed to meet bigger high school requirements. This is the general fund. The counselors that were added last year were funded by Title I. I'm talking about just in general, we were growing the counselors as the My Tomorrow initiative was going through, because we needed more support from our students. And then we also added more counselors because our 7th and 8th graders in the KU buildings weren't getting elementary schools don't typically have high school counselors. So we added some that they would share, and they would go support 7th and 8th graders in the KU buildings. We expanded our technology initiative. So by tomorrow, we started with 7th and 8th grade. We expanded to 9 to 12 for every device student. And then with the strategic plan, we started going downward. So in fiscal year 19 and pre-COVID, we had a device, well, during COVID, we ended up expanding enough so we had a device for every student and every teacher, because once they were remote working, they didn't all have devices that they could take home and teach from. So we used a lot of ESSER money to help with that expansion as well. But
English second language students.
Yes, and then we started with
expansion of preschool.
an expansion of some digital curriculum, new adoptions of the curriculum. We did during that time frame. We did a new English and a new math, I think, and social studies. And then I can't remember exactly when world languages hit, but off the top of my head, those are the big things.
So ideally, I guess expected to spend this cash reserve on so that we can make sure that we're staying within the parameter of having the sufficient balance.
So that's the decision. So we have $606.5 million to spend on next year's whatever, right? And so those are decisions we have to make, is what are the priorities and what's going to be funded first. Did you want to make a comment?
When we get to when we get to that portion today, which is after the treasurer finishes her portion, we have some information to share as an initial proposal for how to begin to think about balancing the deficit. And then I think this afternoon, after executive session, we would get feedback from the board on what may be supportive, what's not. So what we need to go back to the drawing board on, those kinds of things. But we have it line by line for you for today. And it's in the document that we sent as well.
Member Craig?
Just a clarifying point on the cash reserve part also is that in order for us to do stuff throughout the year, since we only get funds kind of from tax revenue twice a year, we have to have a certain amount in preparation for us to then be able to operate until we get the next amount. And I think one of the struggles that we've had is that we've spent down what that reserve would have been. So it does also mean you have to make strategic plans of when you spend the money, in addition to how much you spend.
Yeah.
And that will be the challenge for us as we go forward, is if the when comes later, for some things, it makes it actually more expensive to
Correct.
do it later than it would be to spend it up front.
Thank you.
So the next document is another document that Mike did for us. But during the conversations on budget, superintendent asked me, well, how are we tracking against our forecast? And what this document shares, I won't go line by line, but what this document shares with you is that we originally forecasted the total revenue of 595.6 for this year. And we're tracking right on target of where we expect it to be. So we think our revenues are going to come out where they're supposed to be for this year. And then same thing with the expenses. So the May forecast, we'll have up through the end of April's expenses to figure out May and June, because we have fiscal year end in June. So it's a lot easier to do the May forecast for the current year. So we anticipate things to be the same. The last column on the right is next year's, because we're trying to get the district to start thinking in bigger pockets, so that you want to make a decision this year and not have to turn around and reverse it next year. So we want to make sure that we're looking at the long-term view. Next year's revenues actually are forecasted to be higher than so current year is 595.6 and next year is 6.5. And the biggest reason for that is the phase-in of the state foundation formula. So remember, they phase it in over a 6-year period. So those things. But I will tell you that we have to grow our enrollment, because the new student formula, they use the 3-year historical average to calculate the base cost. So they take your average 3-year enrollment by grade, and they say, okay, kindergarten is X. This is how many teachers you need in the district. And then they multiply it times the average salary for a teacher in the state and use their benefits. So if our average salary is higher than the average in the state, then the local taxes have to make up that difference. The other challenge is they're using district-wide numbers to calculate the number of teachers. We have to spread them over, 43, 45 elementary buildings or 15 high schools. So that's another part that the local share has to make up. So they use that to come up with a per pupil cost. And then,
Mr. Morosky has to speak. Are you sure?
Are you sure? Oh, God,
I have
I'm
nothing
surprised.
constructive or polite to add. As
Okay.
every time we talk
Little
about
shocked.
these people, it makes me comic. All right.
Columbus has been
Yeah.
spared. Commentary from Mr. Morosky. I don't blame you. I'm going to say this again, as being here so many years. I love to hear that the strategy is growth, because we've sat through downsizing, right-sizing, closing buildings, adding buildings, and the people in Columbus telling us you won't grow, you're only going to have 20-some thousand. Growth is the only way an urban district is going to survive and thrive. And I know it doesn't seem like that's the reality, but it is. So
that's
growth is it. Go
right.
ahead. I'm
Right.
sorry.
So just
I ranted instead of you.
to finish that, I've been here for 31 years. So when we did the facility master plan, the state said we would have 28,664 students. That is burned into my brain. And we fought with them. What they did is they made us get rid of buildings. We closed and had to get rid of 14 buildings during that time period when I was involved in that project. And now we've had to buy some back because our enrollment turned out to be 36,000, but they only funded the number of seats at 28. So that is a huge challenge. Plus, the enrollment, the population geographics have shifted as we plan the redistricting and the facility master plan. And so that presents some of those challenges. But back to the state formula.
Go ahead.
So you use that 3-year average to come up with the per pupil value of what it costs for a base cost of one student, and they multiply that times the number of students in the current year's enrollment. So if the current year is lower than last year, then your revenues are going to drive down. The old formula, it was more of a 3-year average, so it didn't hit you as fast. Where we see our growth in our grade level by grade level enrollments at the preschool level, which isn't funded by the state. They only fund preschool disabilities, and that's about 60 kids. The other 1,800 kids are funded by other sources. Our 1 to 12 hasn't grown as fast as a preschool, and that's what's funded by, or K to 12, sorry, funded by the state. Then, so they multiply that, and then they multiply it times 41% because we're considered a wealthy district because of property and income. We only get 41 cents on the dollar from the state. So our local property taxes make up that difference. Okay, so you can look at the forecast, but it looks like as we look at it at the end of December, our November forecast looks like it's going to be right on target for the end of the year, barring any like major changes. Okay,
Thank you.
so you're welcome. We included here the next link is state and federal projections, because we're trying to get to look more holistically at our budget so that we're not doing the general fund and then saying, okay, now what do we do with Title I and what do we do with Title II? So we're looking at our projections for next year so that we can figure out how holistically we can meet the needs of the students. And so these are the projections for next year. We typically, as we build the budgets, use like a 96% forecast. And then when they give us the real allocations in June or early July, we start making modifications. But we try to be a little bit conservative because they use census, and if they see it going down, then our projection, our federal state grants will go down. And you will notice that ESSER is no longer in this document.
Well,
Remember the
you can
cliff?
play your violin for the ESSER.
Yes. I'll have to find a sad song to play.
Many videos about it.
Right. So we're trying to look at using the federal funds at a more equity indexed fashion. And so superintendent started that last year with, if your attendance was this in the high school, then you get an extra school social worker focused on attendance in the high school. And if your graduation rate was Y, then you got a counselor focused on graduation. And then if your ESL population was greater than 20%, they got a ELL coordinator. So we're trying to use the federal funds to be more prescriptive based on the data that's in the school. So you can read that at your pleasure. Also, I won't even go into the next link, but the next link shows you documentation that was issued last summer where ESSER's deadlines have backed up a little bit. So all of our state and federal grants have a requirement that you spend the money, you incur the expense by June 30, and then you have until September 30 to actually pay the invoice. So if something on June 29th happens and we pay it in September, we can still charge it to that grant, right? ESSER has backed up those dates so that we have to encumber it by September 30, and we have until December 31 to pay it out. That helps us a lot. I was really nervous about our building projects because constructions are always under delay. And so I was worried that we would actually finish the last project. Was it Hyde Park or Pleasant Ridge? I remember what order they were in. Hyde Park. I was worried we wouldn't get all the expenses incurred by June 30 for Hyde Park and then paid out by September because of how long it takes to do things. So this is going to help us a lot. The 120-day rule that the board president keeps asking about is applied to ODE or ODEW now. So typically, we do June 30 for state and federal grants. We pay it up by September 30. Then they have the rest of the next 30 days to finish out and close out the grant. So that's where that 120-day comes from. And from there, I will turn it over to the superintendent to talk about priorities.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Treasurer Wagner. So for this portion, we have the hard copy document, and you also have it in the link. What we've done for this portion, and Rob, if we can put the PowerPoint up. Does he have the PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Okay. So for this portion, what we have done is gone through our budget. This is our kind of budget planning check-in. And so just to start from the very beginning, if we'll go to the next slide. If you recall, this is the conversation that we had with the board when we did our initial workshop about the budget and what that would look like. That was back in October. From there, we moved to the roundtable discussions as we shared that we would. We did that from November to January. And right now, here where we are now is to share, this is where we are with budget based on the follow-up from what our treasurer shared. And these are our initial proposals to try to get to closure of that $104 million deficit right now. And so there's a lot of work that's been put into this. There'll be some information here that's supportive. There will be some that is not, but I understand this afternoon the board will give us some more feedback and we know whether we are able to move forward based on what we have or whether we need to go back to the drawing board and start over. But this is really our best thinking around it. Our goal as we move forward after today to get some feedback from the board. We know that school is going to start in August. And so we have to, at this point, we worked in partnership and did an MOU with our union because we knew earlier that the staffing sheets have not gone out yet. We're hopeful to take the information that we're doing today, get that feedback, go back and start the staffing process, staffing sheet process so that we can begin to release that information at the school level. So that's where we are in that conversation. If we'll go to the next. Our treasurer has already reviewed our challenge and what the budget is, and our connectivity as we think through all of this is really thinking about our goals, our guardrails, and our strategic plan. So as we're moving forward, looking at how we're able to do that work based on the things we've already been given. Next slide. This is just to remind us of where we are and where the discussions began. We started the conversation around the $86 million, and that was about 15% of our overall budget. And we started that conversation there. So this is what we did with the work that we've done around the roundtable, so forth and so on. In this link as well, we still maintain the ESSER CLIF worksheet so that as has become customary for us, if there is a hyperlink there is a document that goes with that. So everyone has seen this. This is not new. This is what's been provided. Next slide. This is the conversation as well that we've had that when we started with the budget, where we were with the challenge from ESSER, we also talked about there were other things that may impact the budget, which some of that our treasurer talked about already, and it's the conversation that we've had around the other areas. Next slide. And this was one that was really one of the most important slides as we did the roundtable discussion. We broke down the areas this way. Some would agree with what's there. Some may not agree with what's there. But what we really wanted to make sure that we identified is as individuals start to give recommendations, there is not always clarity to what we can immediately do. And even sometimes the things that seem like they're easy to do, they may not be as easy to do. So when we talked about it, we really wanted to make sure we shared dollar for those that attended any of the roundtable sessions. We actually broke it down and shared dollar for dollar where each pocket of money was going and whether or not it was where it was on the continuum. So it really gave individuals a visual of what that looked like. So for example, if something is in our CBA formula, we recognize that that's not something that we can change. If something is in the supplemental district created formulas, it may not be easy. We may not necessarily like the change, but it is something that we can change because it's something that we've created. Next slide. And then this one is the actual last one we'll go over before we begin to talk about the recommendations, because this also shares that breaks down the majority of our budget. And what we see is when we think about the budget that we have, the majority of our budget is in the area that is the most difficult to change. So when you start thinking about a deficit or what that deficit might be, there's a lot of work that needs to go into that process. Next slide. So I talked to the president and we were going to share the results of the survey today, but our president wants the board to actually take the survey. And so we're going to hold those. Hopefully we'll be ready to share that after after the board takes the survey today. So we'll determine whether or not that will be at the next board meeting or follow up. But we had 17 roundtable sessions, 347 participants, and 322 individuals that actually completed the survey. And the breakdown of those that completed, this just shares with you that we had 20% of the respondents were students. We had 34% that were staff members and about the same percent that were parents or guardians, as well as about 7%, 8%, I believe, that were community members. So there was some diversity in those that were responding to the survey. Next slide. So this is where we go into considerations. If you'll click where it says here. Thank you. And you have this for those that are following along with me from the email. You have this in your email as well.
Disclaimer.
Yes. So we wanted to make sure that we are very, very clear that this is a draft or conversation, that there have not been decisions that have been made at this time. These are our proposals at this point for what we believe at this point will allow us to get closer to closing our budget gap. But these are only recommendations now. If you will notice on this sheet at the very top, we see right up under where the beginning of column J. Rob, if you can make it a little bit larger. What we notice here, you see the number $696 million. If you'll give me a thumbs up if everybody sees that. So what that is our forecast plus the funds that currently are in ESSER that have been identified as recurring funds. So if those funds, if we determine we have anything in ESSER that we see as recurring that we're not using, it will then change that amount, and that'll be relevant for you in just a moment. So currently with the recommendations that we are going to make or proposals that we're giving today, it takes us from about the 104 million where we were right around to 31 million, but less than that because we've also identified some areas right around, we believe right around $20 million in ESSER that is showing as recurring, that's not actually recurring. So that money would then come off of that total, which would take that amount to about $11 million, given that there are not additional changes from the proposals that we give. So let's go to the next link that shows choices. All right, so in terms of the way that we broke this out, we've had some conversation with of course, with our teams. We have responses as well from roundtables, and we've had some discussion in many of these areas with the unions as well. However, this is really saying that these are the things that we could support at this time, given the board's understanding and support of that as well. So in column D, you see the amount. In column E, you see what the items are, and this is overall in the total. So going through each of the items, the ESSER funds for Bramble were one-time costs, so those went away. We went into the curriculum area, identified where there could be more of a precision within that curriculum area. And so we were able to do that. And these are this is the amount of funds that we have been able to identify in that curricular space. In terms of the lobby guard, we currently have a budget for security. Lobby guard had been placed into ESSER. We will be able to absorb that into the current security budget without the additional $31,000. The same with the position that was in ESSER. We would look for closing other open positions to be able to fund that position if that's one that we're going to keep. Down to technology, this was a big one and it was discussed across the board. So we have the document. Do we have the? Okay, so we wanted to provide some background information just on a few of these. We sent this to you separately as a part of the information that was provided. So the recommendation right now for technology is to reduce the one-to-one devices at certain grade levels. So I want to call your attention to the PowerPoint or the documents that Dr. Little is providing. If you'll just give me one real quick. I don't have it on my screen. All right, so kind of background on this, if you'll go to the first page. The recommendation right now for the model is to remove one-to-one devices for K through sixth grade and maintain a 7-12 one-to-one device. That would give us a savings of about $3.2 million. The rationale for that would be to have carts in classroom and homeroom classrooms and available for students to, or for elective teachers, resource teachers to sign out carts as well. Background data on this is when we moved to the model that we do now for devices, our devices are under lease. So because they are leased, the savings only represents the amount of devices that go away that next year for the lease. So we can't just automatically say, we're not going to have any one-to-one devices. We're not going to have any devices, and that gives us a $10 or $13 million savings because we are in a lease agreement with them. The reason that we wanted to give some additional feedback on this is what we broke down for you as well, is the usage of, we find that about 25% of the students use the one-to-one devices outside of school. If you go to the next page, we also see that the grade levels of that 25%, we broke it down in terms of what those areas were. Now, the one thing that we noticed in terms of the recommendation, while the recommendation from everyone that did a recommendation here was to maintain one-to-one devices in 7th through 12th grade, of the 25% that are using the devices, we have a larger population in 5th and 6th grade that are actually using the devices, but that's also relative because there's only less than 25% that are actually using them at all. The other thing that we cannot solve for is we don't know what the devices are being used for. So there is not a way for us to say that because the devices are being used outside of school time, that they're being used for school work necessarily. So that just adds to that information. And then the last slide that you have is the usage by school. So as we're thinking about this recommendation, that recommendation is the 3.2, but that gives you a little more information about what's happening at the school. The next is for our super subs. We know there's been some conversation around that. Super subs was an ESSER, and we're recommending that that is not something we're trying to put back into the general fund budget. We recognize that we will have a difference there of about $1 million that will increase the use of daily subs because of the rate, but it wouldn't be the 4.3 that's in ESSER. The next is we added an additional $506,000 to ESSER last year for a one-time increase for Schedule E. We're recommending that that be removed. We have a few different options for school nurses, and I did want to give some background information on that. So that's the next supplemental information that you have. If you go to the first document that says cost comparison pre-COVID. So pre-COVID, in the first column, we actually only paid $1.6 million for the nurses. The city paid the other amount for the nurses. As of this year, that cost has increased to $5.8 million because of the increase with COVID. So it was actually more than that because we moved to about a little over 50 or 52 nurses. The health department wasn't able to staff those, so it changed that overall contract. So what we are looking at for this upcoming year is to do an RFP around the nursing services. We've identified, if we go to the last page, we've identified that we've always had at least 30 nurses in the district, and then the additional services at schools was provided based on the use of an additional school health aide. And what we're recommending that we do moving into next year is really look more at a combination of those particular areas so that we can provide service, not just with the RN, not just with an LPN. Currently, our LPNs are only doing individual care for students. They're not doing the nursing services in the school. So they act as the one-on-one nursing care. Based on a review of what we have currently for nurses, we really only have the medical need for 18, but as a district, we've always had at least 30. So looking at making sure that there's coverage across the board, and further identifying who needs what so that we're able to provide that service overall. If you look at the breakdown at the bottom of that sheet, you'll also see that the overall cost based on the amounts that we believe that are needed there. And so that covers that particular recommendation. And there are two different, that's the option for thinking about moving forward in terms of the recommendation. When we move to student services, there's about $35,000 there for the purpose of transportation for off-site programming. $4 million for summer scholars. We know that summer scholars was placed at a really large amount previously, so we're looking at removing that and adding for services for students only providing summer support for current 12th graders that need to graduate, or rising 12th graders that are undercredited that might need to do some additional work over the summer to get caught up so that they graduate on time for their following year. The elimination of the APs of culture, we have determined because of the role and because of what the role can do, it is a role that can be funded out of Title I, so not looking to move that back to the general fund. Resource coordinators. So we're looking at a few different options and opportunities here. We do know that this is a position that could be funded out of Title I. However, we have several of our schools that are not Title I schools. So the recommendation at this point, there are 3 different recommendations that we're looking at. One is having conversation with the lead agencies about what lead agencies might be able to fund their own resource coordinator. 2, there's been a lot of discussion around whether or not a resource coordinator is needed in every school based on the school size. So if there's some opportunity to provide service for them in a different way within the schools, but still having outside resourcing to fund that without absorbing it in the budget. So those are the 2 areas that are being looked at right now. The other is the restorative practices PD. We have additional funding that would cover that, so it would be out of ESSER. We then spent, so these are now looking at additional recommendations. The reduction of 1 day of school for students represents a transportation savings. So we're looking at it represents the 2 days right now reflected in the 24-25 calendar. So that does give us a $320 savings there. Now we get into the looking at other recommendations that we're giving. A 4-day summer work week would allow us to save $60,000. So not having staff in the buildings on Fridays would allow us to have a bit of a savings there and still working out that time during the week. Full remote work days would then also give an additional $120,000. Increasing just from 1 mile to 1.5 miles for transportation would give us a $1.2 million difference or savings. And so that information is there as well. Not included in this total, but listed here as one that has come up as a recommendation. So as we talk about where we end in the total, it's not included there because the admin support for that is mixed. And so the way that our sheet is actually linked. It's not in the total if we didn't agree with it, but it's there for discussion. And that was a discussion that we got clarity on earlier around the 7th and 8th grade students on Metro. So earlier there was some discussion about whether or not we're looking to put all 7th and 8th grade students back on Metro. We did cost that out, and that's the $5.5 million, but that is not included in the savings. Okay. All right. PD and travel, looking at a portion of that, we recognize that there is some need, that there are certification needs that have to go along with PD and travel. So reducing that by about 1/3 of what was already in the budget, at least right now. Then we get into the possibility of supplemental or district created formulas that we might be able to use to do a bit of a reduction. One of those is reviewing the custodial formula and doing the same thing for the allocation formula for security. In terms of thinking about administrative assistance, that there is not a total there, but that's really just a way to think about moving forward in terms of attrition. As we're going through attrition, which means as people retire or they move into other roles, right sizing what that role looks like so that you have support for more than one person. Right now, it's pretty much a 1-to-1 ratio in most places, but there could be a way to still provide support without it being an assistant for a director. There is not a total there right now because there's no recommendation for change. So just so that we know that. Then we move into we looked at the best way to say this particular one, but this is, and we wanted to make sure that Miss Emily knows that we realize there are no operational paras, even though people call them operational paras. But this is what the district has called the operational paras that were added to ESSER. So that's the particular area that we're talking about, not the one that is a part of the CBA formula. Vacancy reduction, so taking the current vacancies, the positions across teams that are vacant that are not a part of the CBA formula. So if you click the link that's here, it shows you specifically what those positions are. And if they're vacant at this point, not filling those positions so that we're not filling the positions and then looking to have to do something else with individuals. The other that has come up as a recommendation, it is not included here because it is not one that we gave in terms of support, but the reducing the workday across all positions that are general and ESSER funded, that's at 1.9 million. That is not included in the total because it's not one that we supported, but it came up quite a bit in the conversation, so we did want to make sure that we added it here. The next, in terms of recommendations, where we get to the school consolidation. So one thing that I want to clarify is there with South Avondale and Evanston and Douglas, there has not been any direct support at this time from our team with those school communities. What we're talking about in terms of feedback is the 18-month process that Ad Hoc had around the level of engagement. So there's not been any discussion with the schools yet. So I want to make sure that that is clear. What we've gotten in terms of feedback from individuals that were engaged in those areas is that there was belief, especially for South Avondale and Rockdale, that there was belief that that would be easily supported. I am not certain. So I just want to make sure that we're clear that our administration has not done any engagement yet with the schools. So if it is something that is decided that we move forward with, that we have the support of the board to do, then we would immediately start that engagement process. We would follow up with the principals, contact the principals, and then move into the information for the families. But that has not been done at this point. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. The cost here, however, to consolidate the schools is, and this is inclusive of, it represents staffing and it represents transportation, is $2.5 million for the consolidation of South Avondale into Rockdale. So that's the cost there, and it is included in the recommended. It is, that amount is included in the overall totals. I'm almost at the end, I promise. The elimination of contracts. So we've done our second review of contracts. If you would like to see what those specific contracts are, the next link is under $200,000 contracts, and the link next to that is over $200,000 contracts. But so far, we've identified for the less than $200,000 contracts, $569,000 that we would be able to remove. And for our more than $200,000 contracts, $1.4 million. So that's been a part of our overall review for that as well. Current reduction of central office for our various central office expenditures, for expenditures and teams, excluding the travel and PD reduction, which is listed earlier in this document, we see about a $5 million difference there. So reducing that by $5 million. There's always a contingency in for district-wide vacancy. It's gone down each year, but that has been in place for a period of time. We know that there is also attrition. We anticipate that that would be around $15 million. And so that is included here in the total as well. And then any open encumbrances. So each year there are some encumbrances that are not used, and that goes back into our overall funding information. So that's about at $5 million. And if we include, I believe this is the last one, if we include the consolidation of Evanston and Douglas, that also implies that Douglas and South Avondale would not be used this year. They would wait until we move to how we would purpose them moving the next year. That would be a $1.3 million savings. So going back to our disclaimer and summary, overall, right now from $104 million, I do want to acknowledge that with the exception of the super sub positions that are here, and there are other sub positions that individuals could go into, and the wrong terminology for the para, but the way the district has listed it to try to make it specific to ESSER, there are other para positions as well. There is not a recommendation at this point with the information that we have for employee RIF or any of those areas at this point. We do believe that after we finish with ESSER, with the $20 million difference, about the $20 million difference, that we're still around $11 million of where we still need to do some additional work, some additional tweaking, and get some additional feedback. So that's where I will stop and open up for any questions that we may have at this point.
And we are at our stopping. We are at our stopping time, and so we'll take a couple of comments by the treasurer, if we could.
I just wanted to state or remind that the $11 million, you said 11, right?
Mm-hmm.
$11 million does not include any new COPS thing. So just remember that my number and her number are $5 million off. Right.
Anything, right? Is it any new thing or just any new COPS thing?
No.
Any new COPS thing or any new thing that's not already identified on our spreadsheet.
To Member Craig's point of view, if we're spending this year again next year, everything's based on that. But so anything we would want, okay. So it's COPS and other things. Vice President?
I will be quick. Thank you so much, Superintendent. I do have a couple of questions, and I want to go back to where you were talking about.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
No.
So the question that I have, I agree with you that there are some things that obviously, have to come on this in terms of recommendations. But the question for you regarding the computer usage, you said that you couldn't, or they could not determine the usage, but then you do have take-home usage here. So I'm just a little confused on how was the usage you utilized, or how did you get those numbers, but then you're justifying that it's not needed. So, I'm sorry. And one last other thing is, I am concerned for the students who are required, whether it's to do their iReady and the extra minutes, will that be combined into the classroom, then making it even harder for teachers to figure out how to do their day? Just explain a little bit more. And this is for me coming as a former teacher.
Understood. So for clarity, what I shared was we could not determine what the students were doing on the computers, not that they weren't using the computers. So that's how we get the after school usage. So what we do with that is based on the IP addresses. We pull the IP addresses to determine any time that there is use outside of school hours. So that's how we're able to get that.
Tell you exactly what they were on.
Not at that time.
Okay.
Or who it was on.
Correct. It didn't have to be a kid. I mean, it's that child's computer that's being used, but there's not a given that that child is using the computer.
I'm going to sit back on that one and have some more comments with you for that.
Member Moffitt?
So thank you for this extensive report. I have some, this is the first time I've actually looked at it with Deb, but just as an initial question, can you tell me how much of the 39 items that you have are directly impacting students? Because I get concerned when I see safety and security being cut. We're talking about potentially cutting custodians. I'm talking about the cleanliness and preparedness of our buildings for them. Security reduction, I'm concerned about that. Summer scholars is just concerning to me to cut that in any capacity, given our specific situation with regard to where our kids are academically. We're talking about cutting resource coordinators, technology, curriculum. how much of the 39 items would you say, what percentage are directly impacting or touch students, forward facing to students, touch students initially?
So I think the best way for me to respond to the question, honestly, Board Member Moffitt, is something that I said earlier that's resonated. What anything with this budget shows us is just how poorly public education is funded. Because when you think about the monies that we generate from the state and the money that we receive from ESSER, the reason that it's so difficult for us to make any recommendations about what to do is because everything is needed and everything is important. The truth is, with a $104 million deficit, a $104 million gap that we have to close, there is not a way to begin to close that gap or give even proposals for closing that gap and then keep everything the same. So if you look at the individual areas, as we go down the list, you begin to call those things out. Everything in terms of where I sit that is in a school district touches kids. So all of that's important to students. So that would be the best way for me to respond to that. What we have been able to do at this point is to try to give the board something from the work that we've done. We took out the column that says whether it was supported by the unions or not, but we've had conversations. We did double meetings with our unions to see what areas they supported. And we have the third column that was here that we also took out was what was supported by roundtables, because the president asked that I remove that information because she did not want that to skew what the board may recommend. And this is what we have. So I understand your question. As a practitioner, though, and as someone that's done the work around working with schools, the recommendations that we would not make at this point would be recommendations that would be detrimental to what's happening with them in the classroom. So when you look at the changes in terms of curriculum and what's moving from there, and you read through what those are, it's going into each of those contracts and pulling out the things that are not being used right now, pulling out the areas that are making it more efficient. So that's how we get to that space. So that would really be the best way for me to respond to that.
I understand, and I respect that. And my question was asked with that understanding.
Okay.
As a representation of the community values, as an elected representative of the community values, and only having 322 surveys, I just want to ensure, either through your investigation as administration or understanding that whatever we are talking about doing is going to not negatively impact our students with significance. I'm just concerned about some of the areas and the amounts. And again, I've said this before, I'm not wanting us to make decisions solely on finances when some summer scholars, that's a $4 million savings. But when we just talk about only summer scholars for a specific group, it makes me concerned because we've got third graders that have to get prepared. We've got other groups. And so I just want to understand so that I can help adequately relay that message to the community who is going to ask us in preparation for a levy, and watch us as we cut these things, understanding that some things have to be cut. I just want to understand how to best explain that to the community, that we're talking about impacting resource coordinators when resource coordinators has been one of the things that makes our district what it has been. So that's why I'm asking that question. I just want to understand it.
And the administration has done what you've asked them to do. They've come back with particular considerations, and now it in part falls to us. They want to hear our feedback as to how we feel about this. And I'm going to go to the comments over here, Member Mapp, and then we can do Mr. Craig and then Mr. Morosky.
I won't labor on it because Dr. Moffitt pretty much already asked the question. As it pertains to some of these line items, such as summer scholars, have we done like a thorough assessment of inventory of, I guess, how our constituents and our students are really impacted or benefiting? Have we been able to, I guess, do an analysis of that? And then also, as it pertains to the resource coordinator's position, on average, how many resource coordinators are funded by the district versus an outside vendor?
So in terms of summer scholars, prior to ESSER, the district did not have a robust summer program. When ESSER came about, I think the initial amount that was put in summer scholars was $15 million. And from there, you know, we began to look at what was actually being served. When we look at the number of students that actually participate in summer scholars and what you actually spend on it, collectively, and we know how it works with summer programming. Some of the main students that you need to have in the summer are not the students that you get to attend during the summer. So I think it's something that we can have additional discussion about. In terms of the resource coordinators, we fund all of the resource coordinators except the 6 that are funded by Clicky. And so there is, I think that after, when we pick up for the next part, just so that you're aware of the how that funding has happened over the years. It's just recent that we've absorbed all of that as a part of our budget, and it's something that we knew going into this that we would need to look at, and we do believe that we'll get support from the community on being able to support this area. But again, it becomes, even with the recommendations or proposals that we're giving at this time, we still have $11 million to go. So what we would ask is, as we get to the priorities, if we're not comfortable with what's here, we understand. We'll go back to the drawing board, but we'll need the board to give us some suggestions, because everything that we've done at this point, we have done it to the level of trying to also make sure that we maintain what we need for teachers and paras in the classrooms.
Recognizing that we need to end and the superintendent needs to get to another thing, if Mr. Craig and Mr. Morosky will do their questions and maybe the response can wait till we come back.
Sure.
I think that would be helpful. And I have no idea where our lunch is.
It's
but
outside.
I do know
It's
we're
outside.
going to executive session.
It's right outside.
Okay.
So I'll be real quick because
Please.
it's really not a question. It's just more, I want to thank you all for bringing these to the table, because I know these are hard decisions. And that at the end of the day, we've been saying this for more than a year on budget, finance, and growth, that we're going to have to make decisions that are really, really difficult. That, well, I've only been on for 2, but for more than that, that are really, really difficult. And in part is because we do so much for our students throughout the day, and it makes it a challenge. That when we don't get the support from the state, when we don't get the support from others, when we lose some of the support from the federal government, these type of things, that we just can't do all that we really would want to do. And so we have to make the decisions on what we can do. So I appreciate you all bringing this to the table for us to discuss more.
Mr. Morosky.
Thank you, President Bolton. Thank you, Superintendent Wright, Treasurer Wagner, and everybody else for putting all this stuff together. I'll echo what Mr. Craig said about thank you for bringing this to us. And I mean, you said it, Superintendent, and you just kind of said it, and I'll say it the way I like to say it. You know, the state government hates our children, especially the black ones and the poor ones. And so, you know, working in that paradigm is difficult enough. Working within the ESSER paradigm is difficult enough. And, you know, I recall when we did summer scholars, we were saying then, this is going to be really hard to cut in a few years. And just as a bit of backstory, we knew this was going to happen, and it has to happen, and it sucks. And at the time, we did it and knew it was a good idea because of COVID and the things that were going on, and having a place for all children to go, but it has to happen. And it's terrible, but it's not something that we can sustain or do. That's my opinion. And so I have your back on that recommendation. As much as I hate it, as somebody who worked with kids experiencing homelessness at summer camps throughout the summer, I believe year-round schooling and summer school for everybody is the key to equity for all students, but it's not going to happen. And that sucks. What couple other things, and then a question for when we come back, I guess, for the resource coordinator piece as well. I have every confidence that the community will step up and help us with this. I believe the Pollyanna has been beaten out of me at this point in my life, so I don't think that's just a silly belief. I really believe we can get the support we need for that. It's important. I believe all the schools need them. And, you know, we can have that discussion when it comes up again. The only thing I would like teased out a little more, not now, but again, whenever, is the piece about the nurses and how we determine it by need, et cetera. I mean, it makes sense. In principle, it makes sense to me as a kind of a public health nut on the side. It's really important to me. I know Ms. Bolton will remember when I was constantly fighting and arguing to have nurses in all our schools. I also want to leave it on the table. We have a lot of meetings with the city, which I think is great. And I'm really happy that we have 9 people at City Hall that, purport to care about our kids. I believe they do, and I believe it's incumbent upon us to give them opportunities to show that. And I would just like to suggest that if we are to continue meeting with the city, that we start helping create agendas on our side and put the needs that we have for our kids on those agendas and help drive those meetings. And this, of course, this nursing issue to me is one of the ways that we can really work together to do good things for the community.
Thank you. We are.
I know, but nothing ever happens. So I'd like to actually help push that agenda. Yeah. No. Yes. So thank you.
I want to also know that this list is very much valued by me to look at, but I also know that in that 600 100 million and more, there are other choices too to add to this list. These are the choices or suggestions or proposals that the administration has presented. That doesn't mean that that's the only list that can be created, and they're not anticipating they were going to be the only ones they're going to submit. So they want us to be able to make the decisions that we have to make about this list and maybe help out on things that we might have other comfort levels about. Having said that, I really appreciate the folks that have come. We're going to recess into executive session as soon as I get a motion. We're going to be back at, do we say 12:45, and we will continue the public session. So I will entertain a motion for the purpose of preparing for negotiations and employment of a public official.
So
So
moved.
moved. Second.
Moved. Second. Thank you. Vote. Got you.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Dr. Moffitt?
Yes.
Mr. Morosky?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes, again, thank you. Back in public session, and we have a quorum, and we're going to continue to move on. We're a little bit behind, but as the treasurer pointed out to me, we actually got a little bit ahead because we started that afternoon dialogue a little bit earlier, and indeed are expecting more dialogue. The request from the public is to request as to when the documents, if the documents will be posted or available for the public to see. If the superintendent has some ideas about that, we're interested in hearing.
So I believe that they are posted now. So in the PowerPoint presentation that's online, the links are at the bottom of each of those documents. Is that accurate? Is that what we're referring to?
I think so, but the documents that I shared, I have not posted on Board Docs yet.
Okay.
I will though, I apologize.
So the PowerPoint that you're talking about is the PowerPoint that references the roundtable discussions, or in addition to, is that correct?
Correct. So it's not on board. Okay, I was under the impression that it was. So we'll follow up on Monday and make sure that all the documents get updated on board.
Okay. Okay. So that would be, all the documents will be on for Monday.
Yeah, yes.
And I think I hope that will suffice. I think it will, recognizing that this is a working meeting and everybody's seeing everything for the first time. And I think that would be okay. We also concluded our business for executive session. I did want to make sure that board members know that the little dots that you have at your place are for these 4 sheets of yellow paper that go this way before ad hoc, and then the strategies that could be used for both the budget and for ad hoc. Just if you are willing, put up some blue dots by those. We've, I think, discussed nearly everything that's there. And if you can use the whole sheet or 2 of them or 3 of them, I don't care. But if you do that, that would be great. That would help us. And I think we're ready to go to the next section of the meeting.
Were there unanswered questions? Because remember, somebody was going to ask questions and they were going to be responsive before we leave that concept.
Over here, we had Mr. Morosky and Mr. Craig, I think, asked questions. You got it asked.
About the nurses and just sort of the plan of allocating them. Just maybe a little more detail. So it's, the way I read it was based on kind of like need in the school specifically. That would determine like what was RN, LPN, that sort of thing.
So thank you. So currently, we, with our the work that we're doing with CHD, we do not have LPNs that are doing any of that work right now. So the LPNs that we have are specific to students with special needs, students with IEP. So that comes from IDEA that we actually get from contract services. So we have 2 different contractors that we work with for that particular population. The only folks that we have right now from CHD are the nurses and then all of the supervisory staff that work along with CHD. So what we've worked with the team to pull the information that we had before. We have currently the medical needs in each of the schools broken down in terms of what those needs are, whether it requires skilled nursing services, whether it's something that could be supported by someone that doesn't have skilled nursing services. And we have truly identified 18 schools that really need an RN. However, our current proposal is to go back to where we were pre-COVID. We've always had in the district, as far back as we can see in terms of just historical perspective, 30 nurses. And so right now we would look at the combination of 30 nurses, adding LPNs and the possibility of school health aides, which are paraprofessionals that have an additional level of training. And that's what the state requires.
Okay, we'll move on then. Other questions, comments, more clarification? I think they're looking for board feedback now. I think we started some of that feedback before we left, whether it was by specifics or by priorities. I would, yes, Mr. Craig.
I'm just gonna add a, I guess, additional question on to what Board Member Morosky was asking with regard to that, because I know we've talked about it in budget and finance about there were some areas where we also already have kind of where we have like health, the school-based health centers as well that are there. And so you mentioned it, I think in the beginning when we were talking about this being a new RFP to look at what our needs are and put that out. Is that something that we've been able to collectively talk with the city about, you know, again, addressing the LPNs as an option and these type of things, or is that something we're still starting the process at, or we would be starting the process at?
So thank you for the question. So for the RFP, we would talk about the kind of service that we need.
Gotcha.
Versus the individualized, we need this number of this number of this number of this. For our school-based health clinics, the one thing that makes it different than having nursing support in the school is students have to have permission to access the health clinic. And so if a nurse is there, it doesn't have that same requirement. We have worked quite a bit in trying to work with the health department because there are some things that we've just had some challenge in terms of services that the nurses could be able to provide. But the health department's vision and our vision for what that looks like is not necessarily the same thing. So when we open it up to RFP, I do anticipate that the health department would apply for that RFP, but we definitely would be looking at some of the other areas that are in that they have right now that we would not anticipate that would be a need moving forward. There's also the opportunity as we go through the process, and this is something that we talked about with some of the other positions. We are costing out. Right now we have 3 nurses in the district that have just kind of been a part of the district for a period of time, but we're also looking at the possibility of, you know, whether it's more cost effective moving forward to hire some of our own nurses as well. We don't believe that we would be able to do as many as we would need right now going into next year, but it is something that we could think about moving forward in terms of, you know, making sure that we don't every 2 or 3 years come back to the same concern around what we're looking to do with nursing services.
If I could stay on that, the health theme, I'll ask myself if I can. I just realized that. At any rate, I'm concerned about RFP from a standpoint that if we're upset with the city now, or we're not upset with the city, or they're upset with us, there are other providers of our school-based health centers besides the city. I'm concerned that there has been a 50-some year relationship with the city health department. They have, I don't know how many clinics, as they might call them, but more than half of them are in our schools. I have no interest in upsetting the city or having anybody in the town start to question whether or not that partnership or that relationship is being compromised in any way. For some very reasons, because both are tax supported, and again, it's a long relationship. I do have too, and I've tried to look into this a little bit, and we have, as people in the public might know, we have vision centers, we have dental centers as well, and those dental centers, some of them are also city related, and it's one of the things of which we're really proud. But now I also understand that somehow we've gotten, and I don't know if it's a result of trying to be more efficient or find other sources, but somehow there's an out-of-state company, I think it's called School Smiles, that is somehow going to some of our schools and providing services, dental services, and having access to our students and families' information. And I must have missed that contract, and I really appreciate the superintendent looking into it, because I think the health that we offer is one of our calling cards. It's one of our things that separates us from much of the rest of the country. So if you'll look into that, the School Smiles, I think they're out of Indiana. And again, I don't even know, I know we've always had difficulty even sharing the information of our families with anybody else, even student directories. So if you'd look into that, that RFP concept made me a little nervous. Thank you.
We will look into it.
Appreciate it. Other feedback, whether it's on the health area, and I appreciate the guys getting us started on that because I think that is crucial for us. And a matter of fact, it did come up. We actually had one of the stars of Stage and Screen in health providing. We had Dr. Marilyn Crumpton make a guest appearance, and she even talked about the probability or the capacity pre-COVID staffing. And I think so. There's for the benefit of the community that was helping, getting her to say that that was doable or possible. Made me feel a lot better too. So I appreciate it. Treasurer?
So just to remind everybody the history of those funds. Prior to COVID, we were spending about $1.4 million on nurses with our contract with the city. When Governor DeWine took office, he created what was called the Student Wellness Center, Student Wellness Grant. Originally, it was $8 million for CPS, and in the 3-year period, it grew to $12 million. We used that money to grow nurses to $1.7 million, and we used it for social emotional health resource coordinators. During COVID, we went from $1.7 million under student wellness over to ESSER, and it grew to almost $8 or $9 million, I think. Although we didn't spend the whole contract because they had so many vacancies. So now it's back down about $5.5 million, but that's still a big gap from the pre-COVID numbers. And so it went from student wellness, general fund to student wellness to ESSER, and now it needs a new home.
I would also say there's been 3 years in a row that you keep reminding us that this is going to be a decision we're going to be having, and it is specifically about nurses as the example. So thank you, Treasurer. Superintendent?
And if I could also reiterate in this area as well, on slide 7 that we shared, we also broke down our pre-ESSER 18-19 and what the staffing was for nurses in 18-19 and what we're currently paying for it now, because it's not just the staffing of the nurses, but there's also additional personnel that we're covering now at a much different level. And so that's something that we want to make sure that we call out.
Thank you. Feedback. Member Matt.
So with the discussion about the nurses, I know that we had a joint meeting with the city. What was some of the dialogue around, the discussion about nurses and making sure that we do have them within our district? And then the other question is for Superintendent Wright. I noticed on here, you talk about the custodial reduction and that there's an allocation formula. Can you break that down a little bit more and also give detail about what the expectation is in terms of staffing for custodians in our building?
Sure. So starting with the question around nurses. So we have actually had dialogue with this, we'd already had dialogue with the city manager about our ask for nurses. And it was shared that there was not available funding, that the city was currently putting in, I want to say $1 million to start with, that maybe possibly there might be a way to organize a little bit more than that. But with the gap that we had, they just did not have available funds at that time. I shared that with the board. We were asked when we had the joint meeting with the Healthy Communities committee from the city and our board to discuss our asks again. And so, as I shared at that time, there will always be a need in a public school system that services medically fragile students. There will always be a need for some level of nursing care. That was shared during that meeting. And in terms of that, it's really looking at how we are making sure that we are hiring what we need to address the needs of our students. So we did make the ask again because we were asked per our board member Moffitt that was working to help with the agenda and chair the meeting. We were asked to bring the requests that we had for funding that would help us with where we were in the budget. And one of those requests was for the coverage of the nurses. The second request was around crossing guards. And the third request was for technology support for the students that we are paying for with their Wi-Fi. So those were the three asks at that time. In terms of the individual, looking at recommendations around custodians and security. So those were areas that did come up that were recommendations in terms of how we think about the work. I don't think that we're looking at anything that would be, when you look at the breakdown, reduce the coverage of schools by changing the allocation formula. Right now, there's an average of 53,000 with benefits, reductions at various increases in square footage. So for example, 10% equals $348,000, 15% would equal $105 million, and 20% would equal $126 million. So the recommendation that we have here is based on looking at the changes, changing it by 15% versus what we have now. And essentially that is looking at, we understand the importance of cleanliness of our buildings. Again, it is not our desire to lose anything. We want to keep it all. We need it all. We get it. But we have a deficit that we're trying to look at how we work through. And there are still other recommendations that we're going to have to go in and make some additional tweaks. So that's where that number comes from. It's based on the square footage of the school, which is the way the formula has been done in the past. And so it would be looking at that formula to try to tweak that a little bit and then take any additional recommendations into consideration. Security, last year, the way that security had been done had not changed. The last person that I understand that had any kind of formula for security was Bill Miles. That's the name that I'm always given for who was the person that did. So who was the person that gave the formulas for security? So last year we looked at a variety of areas, square footage, disciplinary infractions in the school, whether or not we had other health centers or other programs that were at the school that would cause individuals from outside to come into the school, the number of doors that were at the building. So we took all of those things into consideration, and then based on that made recommendations for what we would need to do to begin to right size security. And so if we look at that and look at a basic reduction in the formula, it would change the security personnel by 2 FTE. And it's very possible, from what I'm remembering, that I think we actually have 2 vacancies. So it would actually work out to be that way. You're welcome.
Moffett?
On this same spreadsheet, if we go, I just have a question about to the next tab, Rob, for under $200,000 contract reductions. These are proposed reductions to those particular vendors, is that right?
Correct.
So are we saying Adventure Crew, the 2 that just really stood out to me are Adventure Crew and then Grad Cincinnati, I'm sorry. So are we saying that they're not using that money? Because when I go over to Adventure Crew in the first one, current max total 30,000, amount paid 6,000. Are they not using all of their money that's been allotted? Is that how to read that? And you're just proposing, or are you proposing to not renew their contract to save 30,000?
I'm sorry, but keep in mind that this is the current year's contract, so we're only halfway through the year. So it's not that they're not using it. It's just we're only halfway through the year, so we haven't received invoices for what they have done.
Okay, I understand. My question's still on the table.
Right.
Are we saying that we're not wanting any of those particular listed vendors? Adventure Crew going all the way down to Grad Cincinnati. Are we proposing to not have this list of vendors to all the way down to Western Nursing Services? Are we saying that these are the contracts that we would cut? I just want to understand what this tab is showing me. That's all.
Rob, can you scroll to the right? I think the recommendations are in a different column, so just because the contract's listed doesn't mean it's being cut.
Okay, that's what I want to understand. So I just want to understand what I'm looking at. We can take the first one. That That is my question around what is this list showing me?
So
Let's take the first one with the Venture Crew, and if you could just walk me through it, that would help me.
sure. So this is, we wanted to make sure that we provided the same information that we had provided previously, which is why we left the chart the same. This is actually the ones that are this isn't the whole chart. This is the one that is recommended for cuts. The cuts are in column X. So if there is a yes, because we went through each of the contracts, and so all of these should represent a yes in that particular column. So that's what was cut and paste. It is for this particular contract and for the description of what they do for this contract. So there may be vendors that do other particular things. So for example, your first question was around Adventure Crew, and they provide transportation for excursions. And so that would be the recommendation that there is a surplus of the contract. The second one, and it's like that all the way down. Sometimes some of these are for one-time events that happened as well, and so we needed to show it because it was in the overall total, but it wouldn't be something that would come up again as a part of that contract. So for example, the next one down under facilities was for a particular event where there were rentals for that event for PD Day, and so that amount would not be an amount that would go into next year. And then we go, each one of them is like that. So it talks about what it was for under board description, and these are the ones that we would not recommend moving forward.
And what's the total amount for this particular entire work?
Yeah.
Under $200,000
Yeah, if you
contract.
go back to choices for me, please, Rob. The tab that says choices, and then scroll to the under $200,000. Row 33. So the total for row 33 is $4.1 million.
That's for over.
I'm sorry,
So
for
the under, okay, I get it.
I'm
So the
sorry.
under is the 569.
569.
My next part is the over $200,000 contract reduction. Those list a lot of IT services, but that seems to be representative separately of the IT cut that was recommended with regard to the one-to-one device. Can you explain this particular tab for me? I'm sorry, this particular part of the worksheet. And these are all, if I'm looking at it correctly, these are all recommended to be cut or no?
That's correct. And this was done specifically in partnership with technology. So the way that we go through the process is by working with each of the individual teams around what the needs are, whether or not that service can be done a different way, or whether or not that was the end of a service. So for example, the first one was a part of, for Cincinnati Bell, that first one was a part of a cooperative agreement that expires on 2024. So those needs for that particular portion of the contract have already been met. So we would not need to continue that $2 million moving forward. So a huge part of that is that $2 million. In terms of the next one down, that was for coordination, same thing exists. So that was $800,000 for that. The third was for the option for a buyout for the decommissioned devices, and that was for $636,000. And the last two, I want to make sure both of them, technology, Hewlett Packard, that was the decommission. And then the last one, we actually found that there had been in the past some overpayment for Savas. And so the third year of the contract would have called for $605,000, but that's already been paid. So we would reduce that. We wouldn't need to pay that for this year. So that's why it comes off with the total. Payment advance. I'm sorry. Payment advance. I'm sorry.
So this is not representative of the buyout of the leases is not representative of your line item for cutting one-to-one devices for students and or the potential of sharing the whole device piece. I'm trying to understand.
Right, not for the contracts, because if we did that, then that would be counting them twice. And so initially when we did this was just about those contracts that we had. And then after that, we went in, after the recommendations started coming in for the one-to-one, we went in and reworked what those lease agreements were, so what the lease amounts would be, to make sure that we were able to show that actual savings.
Okay. Okay, I'll have some more questions later. And these are just recommendations. These are things that board members can say, hey, we want them to have transportation to like Venture Crew or whatever. They're all just things that you all have seen that maybe are areas either of being repeated, or some things have to come off because of the third year. But I just wanted to understand what those two tabs represented. Thank you.
This is actually coming though from the individuals in terms of the contracts for the ones that represent that particular division. So for example, if we're talking about transportation, it may not be that there is a change in doing services. It might mean that we're able to do that with our transportation providers versus paying an additional contract for this particular area. So it really would take some more, we would need to know a little more specificity to know for sure, like what the questions would be around that, because it doesn't mean that the service necessarily goes away in terms of that particular one when we reference the one around transportation.
Would it be possible to get some sort of listing on to see that the service may not be going away, so the kids wouldn't be impacted? It just may be being assumed under something different. Or, hey, we have vans now, so we're going to use our own transportation instead of some outside. Is it possible to be able to see that level of specificity, just to say it's a cut, but it's actually being assumed someplace else, versus this is a cut and it's going to be going away?
Do you mean for each of these items or for transportation?
Well, for wherever it's applicable, because it may not be applicable for like the third year lease payment is really not applicable. So you wouldn't put it there. But if it does replace something else, I would feel better about understanding that this is a cut, but it's a cut because it's a savings. We're putting that someplace else versus maybe I'm the only person that needs it.
No. I think it's a good question, and I think it would impact how we feel about a particular cut. But at this point, I think it would be more important to get through as many of these as we can, which we're not going to get through all of them, to say we have some discomfort about this, or we don't like this, rather than trying to have administration they may have to come up with, listen, we're going to cut it because we can't fix it. I think that's the next dialogue. But it's a very good question, because it would change my view. You all know how I feel about Adventure Crew and Green Cincinnati and what have you. And this is us paying money to get our students to these sites where the Adventure Crew folks take over, and then the kids get in the canoes or do the hiking or whatever. So this is coming out of the transportation department or whatever. So yes, I just wanted to make sure it's not saying no to Adventure Crew necessarily, but one of the services we're providing to Adventure Crew out of transportation. Maybe. I don't know. Is that, who knows?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Craig?
Keeping on the topic of transportation, because I know it is President Bolton's favorite.
The T word.
And I know you mentioned earlier that the 7th and 8th grade moving back to Metro is not one that necessarily was put into the total number. I think you said because it wasn't something that there was full support among the administration. And again, looking at the notes there, part of the reason was the idea that you potentially would be moving people back into yellow buses if they went to middle school versus being at the high school level. And I'm just also thinking, would there still be a savings in that sense of, if they were going to a middle school, they're already transportation to? The idea would be like we were adding more people to a route as opposed to creating a whole separate route for students, because we still would not have them going to a different school. They would just be part of the route going to the middle school. Does that make sense?
Sure. So if you think of a cluster, so if you just think of the College Hill area, so to speak, so you have kids that go to College Hill, kids that go to Mount Airy and Pleasant Hill. And just say, for example, you just said, okay, now we want College Hill to be the middle school. So now you have the College Hill kids traveling farther to get to their new school. And you have kids that are coming from a cluster to get to a middle school. So the answer is maybe. It's going to be project by project analysis.
And I guess, is that part of what was the mixed feelings on it? Because I know students moving to 7th and 8th graders moving to off of strictly Metro and into yellow bus service was part of something we did, in relation to the wonderful first year of bus riding that we had. And this idea of trying to get everybody, because Metro had taken away the extra routes, trying to give people comfort in knowing that their kid would get to school safely and a bunch of other stuff. So it's not that 7th and 8th graders hadn't been doing it for a long time before,
Right.
and it would be an easy transition back in some ways. But I guess my thought is that I still would find it to be somewhat less expensive to not have to recreate routes from the 7th and 8th grade for at least the high schools that still maintain the 7th and 8th grade with this particular option. And so I was just wondering what was some of the other, if there were other concerns besides the reconfiguring of schools that might have been a factor considered or thought about.
I think that the two major concerns were, so knowing that the students were just put back on the yellow buses last year is when they started. The challenge that caused for us with transportation with them being put back, because much of the recommendations that had been made prior to me getting here, even about the change in start times, was under the assumption that the 7th and 8th grade students would be on Metro. And so when they were not, it caused challenge with transportation. That was really one of the ways that we got to some of the struggles that we had last year with the number of buses that we had. So taking what that feedback was from last year, when we started that challenge, we offered to families at that time, any 7th and 8th grade family could move from the yellow bus back to Metro. And we had a population that did that. We have a population that still do that this year because they didn't trust that we were going to be able to address the issue from last year. And so some of them are still, not as many, but some are still on Metro now. We did not know that it was, again, whether or not the recommendation, whether or not the juice was worth the squeeze, knowing that if the following year we are looking to go to middle schools and not have the same issue that we have right now of having two things happening in school buildings. If we have 6th graders in a school that will require transportation because, we put the 6th grade students on the yellow bus, we still have the issue of paying for those buses from those neighborhoods to go to those schools with fewer students at that point, because you are only taking 6th grade students, and then you have 7th and 8th grade students going on the yellow bus. And so we thought, just for that 1 year, we're believing that after we're able to build this out, that 25, 26, we would be able to get to the middle school concept, and we believe that we will be able to do that. But we thought with that period of time, was the disruption worth it overall? If we believe that is the direction that we go, I mean, we could start messaging that now. But I know the feedback from the families at this point would cause some concern around, just because of, the kind of concern that we received before. So it was really a way to try to keep a level of consistency, because we had just, this year has been a year of calm around that. And then putting them on Metro next year, thinking that the following year they could possibly be back, unless there's an appetite for the conversation around putting 6th, 7th, and 8th graders on. That was one of the things that came up in one of the discussions. I don't think there's any appetite for that at all. So otherwise it would cause us to still have the same concern that we have at high schools now of having 2 sets of transportation going into the same location.
Other questions, comments? Vice President?
I just have 2 questions. I don't know if you elaborated on the curriculum in the PD section, in which I guess over $4 million. Can you just kind of elaborate a little bit on each of the sections and what you're trying to reduce? Because I think it says here the world language PD, then it talks about leading educators and so forth. Are you saying that you're taking away this PD so that for these particular GOs, iReady consultants, Seesaw, there will no longer be someone doing that? Elaborate a little more on that. And then I have a second question.
So this was the question that we referred to earlier with Board Member Moffitt. And so the leading educators training that we were doing was a one-year training. And so that was for this year, where we have worked with them throughout the year to provide professional development to our teams, and at the same time, provide professional development to our own in-house team so that we can continue that work moving forward. So that was kind of a part, knowing that this was a one-time kind of spin, that was a part of the plan to prepare for removing that contract moving forward to make sure that we were still able to provide professional development support to our teachers in-house. In the other areas, it would, I would have to go into those areas and pull out specifically what those things were. This was actually done by the team, looking at what was currently in the contracts, looking at what we needed to have in terms of what was there and available for students, and also looking at usage. So for some individuals, GOs is one of those that you referenced, that the usage of that for the funding that we are paying for it, we had the discussion last year about not continuing it after this year. So we began the conversations last year about what really needed to be a part of that cliff conversation that we have been talking about. That happens to be one of the things that was. So it was the line by line review of each of the contracts with what we could do differently, and also making sure that our team was shored up as they needed to be in each of the areas to continue to provide professional development support to our staff.
Second question, I see for the Senior Director of Health and Safety. Can you explain, it says we'll fund position by closing other open positions.
Correct. So instead of adding additional monies to the budget, the possibility of closing other positions, if that's a position that we're looking at keeping going into next year.
Was going to be my
Member Matt?
I have one final question regarding line item 30 with the school consolidation. In terms of engagement, I know there's something that you all would need to have conversation around. How long, if this recommendation is, continue to be supported, how long would you anticipate for the engagement process to happen with the students and families and educators at those particular schools? What are you also anticipating in terms of just that engagement process, the different avenues to make sure that voices are heard? And then lastly, I'm thinking about programmatically, are you going to have conversation about ideally what you would want the schools, or what the families and students would want the schools to look like if it was that much?
So thank you for the question. So one of the things, and I shared this with the board earlier, and I think I've said this publicly earlier, since the ad hoc recommendations were posted online, there's been a lot of questions about and concerns about what was going to happen now. And so in terms of that, there's probably not much there. As soon as they were posted, principals, teachers, a lot of people were online looking at them and sending recommendations and asking questions about what was going to happen and all of those kinds of things. So that's just the reality of where we are. So I think since that, there has been some clarity around there had not been decisions that were made, but there was a lot of information there that could be considered. So one of the things that just happened as I left here to go to our All Schools Expo, where already, at the time I was there, there'd already been about 700 people that had come through the expo. The principals were already aware. Many of them are listening to the ad hoc conversation today because they knew that it was happening. So I think the next steps from there, once we get opportunity for support, because this does also impact as we begin to think about staffing, there's language in the CBA for the way that you do that when you're looking at a consolidation. So it would start pretty immediately. Like Monday, we would start the conversation with the school leaders so that we could schedule the times that we would have in-person sessions with the families. We would share with them in writing, this is what is being proposed, what we're looking at moving forward. It also still gives them some opportunity that because they may make other choices about other schools, the application process and the magnet process is still open. So it gives them some opportunity to look at that as well, but it really would be pretty immediate. So over the next 2 to 3 weeks, pretty intensive to give the opportunity to give time for the feedback. But I would, like to say that once the decision is made, it's not at that point asking a question of if. It's a question of how we move forward versus if we move forward. I think in terms of, and I do believe that this opens up to a much broader conversation, but there are, when we think about our schools, we have a variety of programming across our schools, but we also have a lot of work in our schools that is the same and consistently used across all schools. So our curriculum is the same across schools. Really the way that teachers are implementing that curriculum, it has their own, they have their own approach to doing that, but they're using the same resources. And so that's something that's really consistent across schools. So we would continue to look at that. Rockdale currently has a real solid brand around what's happening there for their outside work, for the garden work that's also there. And so I think it could give some opportunities to have discussion about, is there something from South Avondale, for example, that we need to see? Because we're currently offering, art, physical education in all of our schools. And so what else is in terms of that programming that might need to be a part of that particular school environment? So I think there could be some opportunity there, but once we say, yes, we're moving forward, it's really more like how versus if you like the idea.
If I could, I do think that I like that idea of having kind of an overall engagement plan, as well as an individual for whatever schools, because I think as the community has now seen this and it's happening and we've done this, I think it would be great that we would have some of the roundtables necessarily about what the vision may be or what all things have to be, because to take it just, and we have to do the individual schools for obvious reasons, but I think the reality is it is a chess game. In that you move one school, it doesn't mean it's in isolation. It impacts on 3 or 4. So it'd be great to kind of have a community communication roundtable for the next 40 days or something or whatever, once a week, where people could come and we could all have discussion, presentation, and I think that would be helpful if you could work something out like that.
We definitely can, and I just again want to share that as we think about moving forward with the recommendation, if that's supported by the board, we are going to hear concerns from families. So they are, even though it's been shared with me in a variety of places that, the belief is that there won't be a lot of concern, there will be. And so because those 200 children that are in the school, there is going to be an impact to them, no different than the students that are at Douglas. So I just want to kind of say that collectively, that we all own together that there has not been conversation yet with the families. And we understand that we had to get to a point of making a decision first, but then we'll work with the families from now until it's time for them to truly transition. And I'm saying families, but that means staff as well, because there's not been engagement with staff either. So, the support from the board around that would be really important to the administration, so that we all collectively own that the recommendations came when they did. And as we begin to move forward in terms of budget, this is the place that we're starting now. These are the schools that happen to be impacted now, with a larger expectation moving into next year that there will possibly be greater impact. So just want to kind of make sure that we share that.
Yeah, I would again reiterate some sort of more general dialogue as we get the public more aware of all of these things that we're anticipating. I think that would be helpful. And then I do think if I could throw this in there, if we don't react today to a particular line item, it doesn't mean that there's consensus and we're accepting it. It's that we're absorbing this.
Makes sense.
And responding. I mean, and I think that needs to be said, and we appreciate this. I just mentioned to Member Mapp that this degree of specificity is really welcome and appreciated. I'd like to throw into the discussion too, the sale of property. We have some property we do not need, some property that has some great value, that it's, although there's nothing more important than either a nice house or a nice school sitting on a piece of property, it's property that we could benefit from sales. I'd like to throw in the idea too of closing Jacobs, because you told us last year in ad hoc the cost of maintaining Jacobs. And there is space within the district as you kind of look around, as we consolidate or try to fill buildings and what have you. There could be some savings there. I think there's future hope that how that property could be used. I know some of us got requests today from some folks from the city, and once again about our property on the west side. Is that up for, need that? That's the Heinold?
Heinold.
Yeah.
1H.
1H, exactly. I work hard on that. And so I think property needs, I'd love to see some, and indeed it's been done in finance over the last 2 years, where we've seen the list of property and the properties and how we could use them, or which ones we need or don't need, whether or not there's land swaps that could happen with the city, as we did with the stadium downtown. So I would really like to see that become part of the mix financially, as we look maybe not to this coming year or this one budget, but certainly the following would have it could have an impact, and maybe an impact on this one as well as preparing for that larger ask of the public that we are finding a way to make the most of the capital that we have.
So two things in response. So at one point, we did, we have on the ESSER document where the Promise Center is still there, and right now the cost for the Promise Center, the greatest cost for the Promise Center is the amount of staffing that's at the Promise Center. So that's one of the things, because even with what we're recommending or what we're proposing or the feedback that we've given at this point, we still have, another 11 million or so to go, and we don't know where the board is going to support and not. So we don't know what additional recommendations there may be. There are some areas that we are continuing to look at. One of them is the Promise Center, and how we might be able to reorganize and maybe share some additional space in another location. There have been some questions about separating what those two locations could be. So I would just ask for the flexibility for us to be able to really have some discussion around that. And what I mean by that is there have been discussions, and I think one of the discussions was in ad hoc, but I don't know if it made it to the recommendations. I just don't remember now, I'm sorry. But to separate the programs so that it's not all grade levels together, but that we have some of the elementary school students in a different location. There's also been, and Board Member Moffitt and I had some conversation about this, but there's also been some community interest possibly into housing some of the students that are on a suspension from school and are suspended to a location. So I think we have some opportunities there that would give us a possibility of being able to come back. A lot of work would need to be done around that space, because if it is a location, we'd have to have some level of agreement, MOU, that kind of thing, that what was happening there was appropriate for, the students being assigned. So there's more work to be done in terms of that. The other one that I thought that we added here, but do need to get some feedback from the board. And I don't know that, I want to put it out there so that when we come back to the conversation, we can talk about this as well. And that's the Public Safety Academy, because it continues to come up. In every conversation that we have, the Public Safety Academy comes up. And where we stopped, if you recall, after we did the last presentation, where we stopped around public safety was one, funding. If we remember the conversation we had, who was going to be responsible for doing the funding. And then the conversations, of course, just like what happened after today, the conversations became about moving the program from West High to another location. So that took a lot of additional conversation. So we need to get some information from the board in terms of the support of moving forward, even if it's alignment, planning. if it's looking for additional grants, whatever that is, so that we know how to proceed with that. So when we come back to the next budget conversation, that might be one to have some dialogue around as well.
That next budget conversation, I'm hoping is going to be February 5th, because I know you're under the gun to get this done, and we have time to look at this and be able to talk again, and it has to happen in public. My druthers on the public safety, the academy is where West High takes care of the fire and EMT and whatever. I think that should remain at West High. I've always believed that. Having come back now from Toledo and career tech experience, where they have a public safety academy as well. They have both in the same place, but then I also saw some really possible good use of that space that we have at Woodward for additional programming. I was particularly impressed with the automotive piece of the activity and the kids that are served there. So I think we want to do the Public Safety Academy, but I don't know that it's the cost of putting it all in one place. I don't know that there's that much of a change or that much of a, at least seeing what I saw there, some interfacing between the two, the fire and the police. The police thing is a 21-year-old kind of thing and what have you. But yeah, I think that'd be great for us to talk about that. But I would hope that the board would want to have further discussions about public safety. Member Moffitt.
So I've been trying to take notes so I can remember. I just kind of want to, I think the messaging to the staff, the families, needs to be clear, it needs to be concise, and it needs to be joint. I appreciate that you're sharing that the staff did not know, and everyone has had questions. We've been fielding them as well from ad hoc. Even after we turned it over to the entire board and to the administration, we've still been getting a lot of questions, but nothing has been decided. I want to get some clarification so that I'm clear. These are just merely recommendations. We've not made one decision unless we have, and I just need to understand. We haven't made a decision on middle schools. We haven't made a decision on this budget, the recommendations. I don't think we've made a decision on one item yet, but I want to understand so that I can represent it accurately to the community that we are still in discussions. I want the staff to be, I want you to be the second people to know after we know. But I also want to appreciate that nothing is going to go out unless that we're saying that it's still up for discussion. Because I think what I have lived through and witnessed with regard to the Bramble circumstance is that messaging was going out differently from administration's understanding of and the board's understanding, and that was causing confusion. I have been very clear as the former chair of ad hoc that to the community that nothing has been decided. We've given this to the administration, and the administration is coming back with some figures to the board around some ideas that we may have, but this is all under consideration, and these are all recommendations. So that's the one thing that I wanted to say around that messaging, and I hope that the staff and families hear, yes, I want them to know timely, but I want them to get accurate information the first time so that we don't have to go back and have to backpedal on things that we've said. With regard to the sale of property and the Promise Center and public safety, I think that, again, we need to be clear on that these are just discussions that are having to happen concurrently as we talk about the budget, as we talk about finances and middle schools and all these things. But these are still discussions. To my knowledge, we're not talking about moving public safety for next year, or are we?
We were.
Okay, so this is just
Several
something.
months ago, we were.
Well, we talked about it, but I don't think we made a decision.
No,
That's right.
no.
Okay,
That's
because we
correct.
also talked about having the administration look at the Oaks partnership and what that was about, but we didn't decide on anything. We've got a couple of different questions and things going on, research being done, but nothing has been decided that I'm aware of. And I just want to be clear that I'm aware of. And I also wanted to say, just in closing, I understand, and I think the public does too, and I really think our staff do, we have to reimagine the district. We just do. We can't have everything that we had. To Board Member Morosky's point, we can't do what we've always done, but we need to do it with respect to transparency and inclusion, and I think that's what we're trying to do. I think that's what we're trying to do, is to be inclusive and to let everyone know when we know. But again, that piece around messaging and awareness and engagement, I lived through that being uncomfortable, and I would like to make sure that it's clear we've not made one decision today. I don't think that's what this is for. This was for information, and nothing has been decided at all.
But the bell is tolling. Pretty soon, we're gonna have to be able to do that. Superintendent, you want to respond? Then I've got to go over here to these folks.
I think one of the challenges that we have right now is, at least on the side of working with being responsive to our CBA, is we are behind where we are supposed to be right now. And so initially, even though everyone knows kind of where we are and what we're dealing with, that did not change the fact that there was initial concern that we had not moved forward. So a couple of weeks ago, we tried to address that before the break. It wasn't able to be done before the break. We finally addressed it now, but there is an expectation from the agreement that we have with our union, with CFT specifically, because there are certain deadlines that are written into their contract. So it is the expectation with the agreement that we have now that it's extended to February 15th because it backs up everything else for the district. So until we know how we're going to proceed with at least the school recommendations, we cannot provide the staffing sheets, because it then takes time. So after we say, yes, we're willing to move forward with this, then the team has to go back, and that takes a period of about 3 good weeks for us to be able to get the information out. And so we need some kind of feedback on what it is that we do, at least in the areas of the schools, so that we can honor what it is that we're looking to do in terms of moving forward. The 5th is late for us for that, because we already know that at that point it's already February, and we've been trying to work through that. But you know, we've waited, and they've honored the fact that we were coming to today to try to get some feedback, at least in those spaces. To your question, Dr. Moffitt, nothing has been messaged to anyone yet in terms of change, because what we've shared and we've owned that no decisions have been made. So nothing has been messaged, but there have been a lot of questions around it. And so we're at a point where we really do need some support from the board, at least on those 3 areas. If we say no, we'll own that we say no, we move forward, but just in all of that, it's still trying to get back to where we look to go next. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
I appreciate that, and I think it's important for us to know which of these particular items need to be discussed, not further, but in a expeditious way. And frankly, we're not meeting again until the 5th. We're not going to hold another meeting. So it would seem to me that your best opportunity for us is for us to be able to make those decisions that you need back from us. The earliest we probably can do that is the 5th, because I don't think we're necessarily prepared on all of the school changes. But if you could show us or indicate to us what needs a firm decision no later than the 5th, that would be helpful if we try to do this in a transparent way. And we'll spend part of the 5th doing just this and reacting. You prioritize to us, you know, like, get off your whatever, tell us, we need a decision about these 10 things. And we need the next decision about these next 20 things, these next 30 things. But I think the best we can hope for is the 5th, if we're going to be doing this in public. Member Craig, Member Morosky.
And that's what I was going to say. I think best use of the last 8 minutes is to get that information. The only other commentary I was going to add was with public safety. I think it's another opportunity for us, again, to work with the city. When that ballot initiative was on the ballot, the charter amendment, it explicitly stated the city would not help financially. And there were feelings here, and we all wanted to do it. We thought it was a great idea. Yeah, the prospect of a future where fire personnel and police personnel are actual people from the city. that went to CVS schools is a really great thing to think about what that could do for peace in our community. But we need help to do it. That's my only color commentary. But I think I'd rather know those areas as well.
Other comments, Mr. Craig?
Just a quick thing, and I think to give a little bit of the direction also is that I know we haven't talked a lot about the addition of the career tech into whatever we decide to do outside of the academy, but I know that that's something that we don't necessarily have, an additional cost potentially, right? And that's what we have to kind of figure out. And I know you've already been working really hard with trying to work with some of our local leaders to give opportunities to the students in ways that won't necessarily draw on the school district's dollar, but provide them access, because I think the other part that we long-term have to also think about is what does career tech look like and what is the purpose of it? Because I think that's the other part, is that the state has one purpose, which is to, complete a exam.
Right.
The actual industry has a whole nother purpose for it, which is for you to have certifications and skills. And the best way we can kind of work together on those aspects is also rethink, for instance, does certain programs have to require certain changes in how the classes are offered and when classes are offered, and those type of things that I think are longer, bigger term conversation points that may not be this budget cycle, but it will need to be part of our continuing conversation.
One of my lessons from the Toledo trip was that some of the things that are career tech really require a real facility, but an awful lot of them don't.
Correct.
The extra, rooms in schools or extra whatever. So I think if we look at the COPS piece, and whether it's about ad hoc, it might be the part of that could also be a career piece.
I agree.
And I think that would be helpful. But the other thing is the day. The biggest thing we could perhaps do, based upon what I learned in Toledo, was that most of our kids, for their career tech, I think it's like they have 2 periods or something. Whereas I think up in Toledo, it's basically they go to school for the morning and then their afternoon is their career tech, which allows them to go to site and do things. So I think reinventing the day would be something useful too, that we could all do to help expedite the career tech piece. But yes, Madam Superintendent.
So just 2 things on that. Definitely concur and want to make sure that we are thinking about, not just career academies or a career center in a location, but as we begin to think about reimagining high schools, career academies at high schools, and work that it's really exciting work, and it builds very, very well. It makes alignment to schools. And there's also some opportunity to take some of the programs that we already have in terms of CTE programs and look at being able to open up those offerings possibly to students that are in other high schools. So there's a way to even think through that as we begin to move forward. So just wanted to add those 2 in. And at the end, I just have one closing question if it's time, or if there are other questions from the board.
Does anybody have further comments, knowing we're going to come back together on the 5th? Ready to make more decisions or to raise Cain, one or the other? Who knows? I think that would be helpful. It would be helpful too for members as we get ready to close after the superintendent's comments, and perhaps if the treasurer has something to say as well. Please use your blue dots on these 4 yellow pages if you could. And I think this has been very, very beneficial, and I'm particularly pleased of the public members and the other union leadership folks that have been here. Thanks to board staff and administration for getting this ready. Thanks for Rob. Thanks for everybody that made this possible. I think it's been a great meeting. And I turn it over to the superintendent, and then after she speaks, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, President Bolton. So a couple of things. One, much of this conversation around proposals has not had a lot of dialogue, simply because we have really tried to make sure that we not share information with others before we're sharing the information with the board. That makes it very, very difficult, because we can't be transparent without being transparent, but with transparency comes other concerns. So just kind of want to say that to start with. So that's why we'll all start getting the emails, we'll all start getting the text messages, and the lobbying will begin. So that's one. I think my second question is, in terms of thinking about those 5 schools that we are talking about right now, Riverview, Evanston, Douglas, Rockdale, and South Avondale. Outside of those schools, it does not appear that there would be any recommendations in changes for other schools moving into next school year. So is there an opportunity for us to begin the work in terms of at least the staffing information, preparing that for all of the other schools so that we don't get too far behind where we are? Or is the request that we not do anything at all and then try to work through that process with CFT to try to extend the date? Because if we don't do anything at all, we won't get to the 15th deadline.
As just one member, I would say the work on those schools probably could begin, at least this preliminary work that you're talking about. And for my benefit, knowing where we are regarding the whole Madisonville community, I would add to the discussion the Bramble piece and Woodford and JP Parker, because that, I think there's tremendous heat there, there's tremendous interest. And I just, if you could look more closely into one of the suggestions you all made at the ad hoc meeting 2 months ago or 2.5 months ago, the idea of a dedicated middle school out of Woodford, because that would address the JP Parker people. It would also address the need for preschool throughout the East. So if you just add that, definitely the list that you mentioned, but I would want to see y'all thinking more about that as well.
So we were thinking about trying to bring that to Cal. I think we would be prepared based on the information that we have at this point to actually talk about that on the 5th.
Okay,
so we could bring it to the meeting on the 5th. But in terms of the staffing sheets, I want to make sure that there is consensus that we can move forward with preparation for that so that we are meeting that deadline.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, those numbers, those schools plus. Okay, but don't worry about the plus yet. Go ahead.
Okay, so then I need a point of clarification. What does move forward mean? Because my definition of move forward means give us the data, we still can make a decision. I think what I'm hearing your definition of move forward is we're going to prepare that this is an actual ask of the board and that you're going to be, that's definitive. That's, I want to understand for clarity, because that's not what I thought we were doing today.
And that's not what I meant. So let me clarify what I meant. I am talking about removing staffing right now for these 6 schools that we're talking about, so that as we move, so that we can move forward with the rest of the district, getting them prepared to get their staffing sheets. For those 6 schools, the schools that we're talking about right now, so that we can come to a determination on what's going to happen with those. If the board decides not to move forward, then their sheets will go forward as they would without a change. But if there is going to be the opportunity to move forward, we don't give them 2 sets of staffing.
No, I understand. I guess I just want to clarify. Again, this is for me. So if we get this cost analysis and from these 5 schools and we're like, hey, you know what? Instead of this school, I'm giving an example. Please, this is just an example. Instead of South Avondale, let's make it another school and make it Rockdale and another school. How is there flexibility? This sounds as if this is the way to go. And again, if that's what you all are saying, that's what you're saying. But I want us to be really clear that this is no longer just fact finding. This is fact finding in addition to this is a decision being made. Because it doesn't sound like if you proceed with the rest of it, that, or are we saying that it's not a decision? I'm fine with whatever we want to say. I just want to be clear because I'm not clear and I don't want to confuse it or belabor it. I want the public to be clear that we're saying remove those 5 schools and then this is what we're working with definitively. That's all. It's not up for any more possibility. Is that what we're saying?
So until this very moment, I was not aware that there may be a possibility of having conversation about doing any consolidation in any other school. So I was under the impression from the conversation right now that the only schools that we're talking about are the 4 elementary schools, South Avondale, Rockdale, Evanston, and Douglas, The conversation around Riverview was the 5th, which is really not a change at the school. It's just not a moving forward if it's supported at the board level. And the president asked us to consider having a conversation as well about Woodford and Bramble and John P. Parker. So outside of those schools, what I'm under the impression that we would do is move forward with the rest of the district in terms of trying to begin to work on staffing. If that is not what we're sharing and that we're not looking to do anything until the 5th, then that's the only difference. So I just want to be, so I think that I am seeking clarity as well so that we know how it is that we're doing what we do moving forward.
I was just going to say, thank you for saying that. It's exactly what you just said. I would be in agreement for that. You're seeking out, letting the other parts of the district move forward, but you're holding back for those particular schools.
And we would, at this point, we would have to go back and make sure that we are reviewing CBA because there is language there about school consolidation. So even though we start to look at staffing, there may need to be additional changes if the board recommends or accepts or says to us to move forward. We would have to make sure that we're honoring that language as well.
I would just add to a careful reading and a review of the ad hoc report would indicate that those would be the schools.
That's why I thought so.
Yeah. So that's reasonable to go ahead with. And we will be doing this on the 5th. I think that would be important, more work. But all of us need to look at all these line items. And also, if you're going to be saying no to something, try to come in with, okay, do this instead. Because it doesn't do us any good to just keep subtracting. You need to have other alternatives if you can, or other solutions within it. So I think that at that, if there's any concluding remarks, Superintendent?
So as we're beginning to work on staffing, I want to list out the schools right now that we would not be including in that budgeted information so that we're all on the same page. Riverview East.
And that's an administratively driven suggestion. That is not an ad hoc suggestion, but we are endorsing your interest in doing that.
That's correct. Thank you. Riverview East. From the ad hoc suggestions, Douglas and Evanston, Rockdale and South Avondale, John P. Parker. We only have 2 folks at Gamble, so there's not a sheet to go to Gamble right now, but Bramble, I'm sorry, Bramble, and the new adding to that conversation to possibly have discussion around for the 24-25 school year is also Woodford. So those would be the only schools. I'm saying it for the team. Make sure we're all on the same page. Those would be the schools, and for the public, so we're all on the same page about the locations we're talking about.
We've reached it.
The question is, presenting that information on the 5th, when do you think the board will make a decision to say go or no go?
About those schools or
Yes.
more?
Those schools.
Those schools, it sounds like we have to make some decision about those schools on the 5th based upon what you're bringing back to us. And that we ought to be able to come in on the 5th with some more suggestions or concerns on the 5th as well.
Or ideas of reduction.
But yes,
Trade-offs.
oh yes, definitely. And my understanding is that you all wanted to see whether there was consensus about the 5 giant recommendations. And I think you got that there is consensus from the 5, not all the bullets, but within it. Like, okay, yes, middle schools, yes, that's a great idea. Yes, the transportation impact, and we more talk about high schools of choice, all that. There is consensus among this board for the general sweep of those recommendations. Yes, good. Yes, ma'am.
President Bolton, the only other thing that you added is you wanted us in the end to also make sure that we showed the link for the survey so that the board members could take the survey as well, so that when we come back on the 5th, we will also be able as a part, because I'm believing that we would be doing a presentation as well as moving into the next step so that we do it for the entire public. And then that way we will also share the results of the survey that the surveys that we did receive.
That's great.
And that's the link.
That's part of the fifth as well, is the survey, and hopefully ours being there as well. I'm going to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you, old man. Second, doctor. Appreciate it. Thank you all. We are adjourned.